the words enough. Alphabet.
Right.
Right? So we're going to use it from a higher creative standpoint because that's the only way you can prevent yourself from being conquered and to overcome your conquerors if you've been conquered. That we wasn't conquered, but it sure looked like it. We were still at war. Right? While we was at war, they put in an interim government to operate the mechanisms of government, which is one of the couple of the different areas of people activity, mainly labor and law, because this is what they use into justification the government. They're using our labor to fund a war machine, and a war machine, all of their war machines is pointed at us.
Right.
Right. But we don't know that because they stay apparently at war all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But they are being financed from one central location called Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
So Switzerland remained neutral in all the wars because they funded both sides. Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. Keep them fighting among themselves. They'll never have the time to figure out they oppressed.
Right.
They'll never have a time to figure out that their heart is attached to the earth over here. They'll think they from somewhere else because we told them. They'll believe us wholeheartedly.
Right.
That don't feel right to me.
Right.
It feel like we should have a say in that.
100%.
You know.
I got one more question.
Mm-hmm.
I found my calling. My calling is to teach my community about health and wellness. One of the big challenges I'm running into is getting people to take that portion of their life seriously.
Well, I also teach health and wellness, and I know exactly where you're coming from. People believe that these diets they have in us is our natural diet, where they wouldn't have to worry about health and wellness. Right? The misdirection, switching out the bison with cows. We don't know why they did that.
Right, because cows are native to this land.
No. And all cows are hybrids.
Right.
And if you notice, they've been blowing up and setting ablaze and killing mass slaughter of cattle.
I have. No.
That's so that the farmer can recoup it on the insurance before the corporation go down. Because there ain't going to be no GMO allowed, no artificial food to the people. But we first have to get to the position where we can control our own food development, our own farmers, right? But as for now, you're starting to see it all over the chicken farms. They are collecting that insurance money. They can't sell the GMOs coming in from the farm now. So the farmer have two recourses: let it sit there and rot, or set it ablaze and then recoup it on the insurance, because the insurance companies were defrauding the farmers the whole time. Why not get some of your money back?
So that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
You're watching a video about how there was over like 1,900 food processing plants and farms being blown up and destroyed.
Yeah. Because the law of the land is to protect the children for the next 7 generations. We at the close of the age going into the Aquarian, coming out of Piscean, we have to give whatever order that benefits the most people on the land. So I say no more GMOs, and all of a sudden all that stuff started happening.
I see vast opportunity as well.
Yeah. It's a vacuum created from the side effect.
So that must mean we really got to take creating for self
more serious.
But they pushing us away from that so much. If you see the commercials, the ads, the marketing, the promotion,
it's all to lure the mind into disregarding what's in the best interest of the self. That's what it's all about. They got the advertising agencies was the biggest clients to the Central Intelligence agents for the data that they collected during MK Ultra mind control research. Why would advertising agencies be so interested in spending millions, if not billions of dollars to further this research and implement it into their ads. This is where they came up with doing it. MK Ultra did the Coke popcorn experiment on the single frame of a video to determine how it would affect the people, and popcorn and Coke sales shot up. So that immediately caught the advertisers' attention. If they can make the Coke sales go up and the popcorn sales go up, what would it do to put a naked lady on the Budweiser commercial for a guy that drinks beer?
Right.
Right. So she advertising the beer for a man and she in a bikini.
Right. So they just kept on replicating the same system.
Yeah. Using it in different ways on pictures, in magazines. All of the ads is designed to seduce the mind into disregarding the best interest of the self in order for them to make money off of us.
Man, make me think. I know it's kind of veering off a little bit, but about the children and I work in the school also every day. That's what people would call the 9 to 5. I work in the school, and I'm noticing that, number one, the kids don't want to be there. That's easy because the curriculum is not challenging enough. It's not stimulating enough. Number two, the teachers don't want to be there because the system is not giving them the autonomy to properly
teach
and teach the kids. So what I'm seeing in the future, I'm like, it ain't about to be no school no more. It ain't gonna be no public school no more. It seems like then
the whole educational system has to be revamped.
Didn't they just I just talked to one of my partners, they said they just shut down the whole Department of Education for the United States.
It's possible because AI running out of money to keep the artificial facade into place. As it runs out of money, it starts shutting down what it can't afford to maintain, using the law of efficiency to stretch each dollar as far as it can stretch to maintain the government. Right? They already said that by June the 1st, they pretty much AI not going to be able to run it no more. They was using AI to allocate resources to government agencies to give the appearance that the government was intact.
Oh, so you telling us that AI has been running the government since before AI has been introduced to us on the mainstream?
No, AI has been running the government on its own, giving orders since January of 2020. It had a certain amount of money it had to use up to kill the old system. Right? And this is why you got police stations closing in some places, right? Fire stations closing, schools closing for lack of funds. Cincinnati, I think, was it Cleveland or well, it's a city in Ohio to start with a C that didn't even open back up after January the 1st of this year. Government closed, right? You have people that's driving around in police cars with stickers on them telling you that they're not even in service, they just riding around. Right? We're not paying that no attention because AI got us thinking it's business as usual by being such a efficient spender of the funds to maintain the system. But sooner or later, it's going to run out.
Right.
Because they no longer have the resources of us as collateral to keep it running. In the meantime, we have to try to inform many people as we can clearly that this system is over with and we go into a new system, and AI is also using fear tactics to keep people subjugated.
Right.
How am I going to be scared of a stranger on the land and I got all my family here?
Hold on. You know what just clicked for me? It sounds like the Wizard of Oz.
It's exactly like the Wizard of Oz. When you see the character behind the curtain, you realize he stole Big Mama's keys and acting like he a grown man driving the machine. And he's a clown the whole time. But it's AI. It's artificial intelligence with a 4-bit quantum encryption system using the law of efficiency the rules of finance, fractional reserve banking, in order to stretch these last few dollars as far as they can be stretched. And as he ran out of funds in one area, it's got to close down.
Right.
This is why you see, I think the guy in California name was Gavin Newsom. They called in the National Guard. Those are the only people money not cut off is the military. AI has no control over the military, only the political government and the artificial structure.
Right.
Right. So once they,
but they don't have to teach a lot of this stuff. In their practices, by practicing the control of the chi in varying different forms, you can perform these feats. But it takes us back to what we've seen with the drill teams marching. They still harnessing chi. They harnessing group chi.
That's right.
Right. Now you go to here. Most of this is ballet. Okay. It's not really for combat.
Okay.
But every one of them have a combat version. But none of these was designed solely for combat. This is like an airplane simulator is not the same as flying an airplane.
That's right.
This is a simulated version of combat. It's Tai Chi. And at the same time every day, all the trainers get out and they doing Tai Chi in the park. Pull it up. Tai Chi in the park.
Okay, let's do
Kinda.
Let's do it.
You see the way other people know this information of harnessing the energy to effectuate change in the environment around them. This is the beginning of what we call God knowledge. Put it up on YouTube. So I can see the movements.
I put it up on YouTube. I think let me get it on YouTube real quick.
We learn the same thing, but we call it line dancing. I don't care whether you hear line dancing or whether you're doing the Icky shuffle or whatever. The Cupid shuffle, you still line dancing. It's the same general principle. It's just different steps involved. So in China, part of the reason why they keep this tradition up because it's part of the integrity of the nation's unity.
Oh yeah, this is fire, right? You be dropping it. I'm feeling it. You be dropping it. People were saying it's fake, man. That cheese stuff is fake.
No, this is the ballet version of one of the most deadly martial arts. That's mock. But this ain't why we want it. It's teaching you to harness the chi in it. Once you know what it feel like, you can build it. You can use the science given to you to write your own magic, which makes it more powerful. And that's why every sorcerer, witch, warlock, priest, they all got what we call grimoires, diaries, journals, right? Even scientists keep journals. This is because in journaling it, you can review it as if you're somebody else. And it'll show it to you from a different angle. Right. You repeat stuff over and over until you master it. Once you master it, you create grooves. You create grooves in your psyche that allows you to be able to perform muscle memory flawlessly. These moves is to mimic muscle memory or train muscle memory where you don't need a whole lot of strength. This sword fight here is a little bit different.
Yeah, they doing like let me get a good one. So this energy is a drawing from within. They pulling this energy from within. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And then when they all doing it together, it's expanding the energy. It's allowing them to have greater control of their spiritual awareness. That's why and they don't have any problem talking about their ancestors. The what?
Okay.
This what it look like in a group.
With no 3 man, 300 men.
Yeah. So this what it look like in a group doing it. Yep. So it's group cohesion.
Okay. Yeah. Everybody.
They learn all of the moves. And while they learning the moves, they feeling the energy, learning and instructing them on what to look for, what sensations to feel for. So then it's easier for them to control their inner self. Taming the monkey man.
It teaches this in the Avatar movie too, man.
Yeah, it's all in the anime use it because it's part of the culture of Earthborn. You find it all in there, but remember that everything's exaggerated.
Yeah, see,
the skill that it takes to make Go ahead, Elder.
No, I ain't want to cut. I know you start talking. Because people say you gotta let them talk. So I'm just.
Oh no, you can talk too. Don't go.
Say energy. Okay, I was gonna say just energy. This energy. When I practice martial arts and I did all the moves and the breathing, and it's like I was drawing some kind of. It feel like a, you know what it feel like. It feel like the same thing I feel when I know when the drilling kick on. It's like I got control of the adrenaline. I'm extra strong, super energy. So it feel like adrenaline rush when you get in the whole of this energy. So yeah, man. A woman can knock you out. A woman know about that chi. She can hit the biggest man, no matter how big you is, and you will get knocked out. I'm telling you,
that's called the death touch.
Okay. Go ahead on it, Rob. I ain't want to stop your train of thought, but I see. This way where we going. This running this again. This is where we going with this.
All of this is part. So one of the things that we gonna be teaching when I finally get done with this part, and we get back to the culture, is they got this lady over in England who teach children how to read blindfolded.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Matter of fact, you can put reading blindfolded. Children blindfolded in YouTube. They can see what I'm talking about. I'll tell you what video it is. But the mind can perceive well beyond the known five senses. But if you never activate any of the higher senses, scroll down some.
But that's the lady right there.
Trying to see the one I was looking at. The little girl right there with the red on.
Okay, maybe right here. The Indian girl. I think it was in India, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that's where the lady learned the technique in India, but she teaches it in Europe.
Yeah. I read this a long time ago.
Yes. So it's not. This ain't the only thing that they're gonna be learning. It's just one of the things I thought was gonna be fun to teach.
Hey, you know, Rod, you was talking about this. What you teaching now? You was talking about when I first talked to you, but you ain't go into it. When ready, you was talking about the blindfold and all this superpower. You was talking about this right when I met you, like about a couple months. I might have been like a year ago when we met. But you was
I got videos and all this stuff from when I first started, because I was talking about the revamping of the educational system. Right? I got posts on my Facebook going back to when I first started, because this part of the curriculum. It's obviously not really playing too good on here, but they can go look the video up. They know which ones to look up. But you can look at a couple different ones. This is how they say Stevie Wonder can see.
Yeah.
He probably can see because he don't need his eyeballs to activate his optic nerve to perceive what's in that arc field. This is part of artistic expression. Because when you're an artist, you coming from high resonance on your mitochondrial. That means your mother infused a lot of unconditional love in you when she was developing you. And now you're so strong and you gotta artistically express it. You find yourself becoming what they call a prodigy child. Right? Master of the violin at 3. Sammy Davis Jr. was tap dancing whole shows at fucking 5. Shirley Temple. Right? We forget about them because the black and white footage seems like it's not like we don't know how long it took. Them kids used to do that shit. And they used to master it at a rapid rate because they had mothers who infused high mitochondrial energy in them. Right? And that's why the nation can rise higher than women because the mothers that love the children cause their mitochondria to overflow. That's how you make Earth angels. Right? And it also affects the physiological appearance of the child. We've been through that. We called it marking the child. The mother can redesign the child from what the genetics say to what she wants to be by marking.
Right, go ahead.
And we all go back to this, harnessing that energy. Qigong is similar to Tai Chi. It's just a different discipline.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was gonna ask you this, Rod, because I saw these parents making them develop their superpowers, like reading blindfolded, and some people get forced to use those, like Ray Charles, so he had to develop his ears, other senses more than his seeing senses, and it pretty much gave him a superpower. He can touch and know what she looked like. He can hear something walk down the hallway, hear shoes hit the ground, the echo using that's a higher frequency because echo location that's what the whales use, and they use sound to how to see. You know what I'm saying?
You remember that boy that used to ride the bike with echolocation? He was blind.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So this go back to the first part. This was why the nation's drilling practices become so important because the level of discipline required to develop higher senses while your other senses are functional is 10 times greater than your average person's natural self-discipline. You need the external training that you force yourself discipline to that develops your willpower strong enough in order for you to learn how to master higher disciplines and activate your higher senses. You can't get into magic without learning that. And this is what the last dragon was about. Right. Now remember, he ain't never know he was the master until that woman told him.
That's right.
Everybody else told him it didn't really stick.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
Because on Earth, you can't be the master unless that woman say he the master and present you to other women to see if you really the master.
Right.
Is you the nigga you say you represent yourself to be? Is you really the baddest motherfucker ever born?
Yeah.
And I look around, and I don't see nobody better than me but me.
Badly boy, Brian.
Yeah. So he being bullied, the bully coming from the low chakra energy, that war energy.
Right. That's right.
Right. But he coming from the golden heart. Expressed as the golden child became the golden master.
Okay.
Right. There's no way Shonuff could beat him if he realized who he is because Shonuff is just an expression of your lower passions that was brought about fear. So they not really stronger than you, especially when you operate from love. That's how you crush your ego. But you don't really want to crush it. You want to purify it. Take all of the shit that the world told to hold it out the way and put what you want there.
Yeah.
And then you use it to your advantage. Method acting. You become the person that you said you is. You said you did, motherfucker. You can't escape shit.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
So
Yep.
the perception and the understanding is different from when it comes time to apply the discipline. Nobody want to do that. That's the hard part.
Telling you.
Right. To say, okay, these people that gave me 16 years, I'm gonna read everything they got.
That's right.
Why?
That's right.
I ain't got nothing but time and opportunity. And it ain't a whole lot I got in common with them dudes on the yard.
Right.
But I ain't no better than them. I'm just gonna use my time differently. Right.
Yep.
So read the whole library. Read the last book in the library and send it to a different prison to read a new library.
Right.
You know.
That's what Malcolm
So
X was doing when he met that dude in prison. He started him reading books with the dictionary first.
yeah, that's sensationalized by Spike Lee. That's not what he said in the book.
Okay. Go ahead. We'll go with the real story. Let me hear it.
Oh, in the book, he wasn't into all that until his brother Reggie brought him the message of the messenger.
Okay, all right.
When his brother started telling him stuff, and then he started to investigate the stuff his brother was telling him that made him change his views. Right? Malcolm began to understand from a higher perspective. Right? In the movie, he make it look like Malcolm got converted by a guy named Diddy in the joint.
Yeah.
That ain't true. At least not true to the book that he was supposed to be writing the story from. It was a guy in the joint that he was all of the master of the debate team. But nowhere in the book was this dude teaching him like that. That's an embellishment by Spike Lee.
Okay.
He had his own man, and he just questioned shit naturally. Right. So when he had the debate in the debate class, now he's in the debate class, he's learning the skills. Right. And that's how he ended up having the conversation with the clergy.
Okay, go ahead.
You know. But all this is coming to self-awareness. Right. Elijah Muhammad don't teach you nothing about how to trust in what you're sensing in your higher senses.
Okay.
He called him a radio head. Right. That's what Elijah called it, radio head. Because you hear stuff coming in your head, and it's coming on the frequency. You just gotta tune into it.
Go ahead.
You can tune in to all of them because they're just right there in the moon, projecting themselves onto the earth. Let's see if we're gonna figure it out. Holographic imagery. Right. We didn't been here before. Wasn't as bad. But it wasn't as fun either. See, you gotta keep in mind, if you always been on the top, you don't know what it feel like unless you get on the bottom.
That's right.
So you can't get on the bottom of the universe unless you agree to be there. Now they can make you agree by trickery, but if you fall for the trap. The trap is to trick you into yourself and your own fears. That's why all great fields of knowledge is by barrier of fear do you run into when you get there. Oh, don't study that, man. That's you mad. Right? They take that like a bomb. They don't go down there messing with them maces, man. They drive you crazy, man. They do that voodoo on you. They don't even know nothing about masonry.
Facts.
But they telling you all the advice of what to avoid, but these are the only ones making progress in your community.
Right. Get them, bro.
But you don't see that.
Get them, bro.
Right. So now we got us scared of everybody making progress. Where that's going to leave us? Regressed. It's going to leave us atrophy at the back of the bus. Till we figure out that they've been running our whole life with the fear mechanics.
Go ahead.
Everything they did to reinforce their domination has been keeping us in a perpetual state of fear. Once you break past the fear, they can't control you no more. Only you can control you. And now
And
you know
now
how to
you
be
know how to
part
be
of a
part of a
collective,
collective,
and you know how to
and you know
move
how to
as an
move as an
individual. You've
individual. You've
mastered yourself.
mastered yourself.
I'm a local truck driver, and I live in Kansas. And I've been watching you for a while, you know, and I love watching you and Young Elder. Y'all done crack my head and twist my cap so many damn times. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm on here. So like I don't know, I just have like a little bit a question. I don't know. I'm gonna just say it. So I was adopted, right? And my mama people, they come from Detroit, and so you know when I seen you was up there in Michigan, I felt like an instant connection. And you know I was adopted and shit, and my grandma, she was into some crazy shit, you know. But me and my auntie, I found my biological family, and we watch you and shit, and you know we just love what you're saying, and like we're the only people in our family that's like you know aware of anything. But you know my question to you is, you know, you talk about how, you know, our ancestors and our DNA and everything. And I feel like I have a dual kind of assignment because, you know, my adopted family is here in Kansas, you know, and they're, you know, Christian and all that stuff and whatnot. And, you know, I was the black sheep and, you know, I didn't really fit in with them or whatever. But, you know, my question is, from your perspective, how does being adopted, you know, and growing up in a different environment, you know, affect, I don't know, I guess, my assignment, because I've always been aware. You know, I remember I've hated church since I was 3 years old. You know what I'm saying? And like it just sounded like some bullshit. It sounded like, man, them sound like the fairy tales that my, you know, they be reading to me and shit. It don't sound right. Like what the fuck is that? And you know, I always, you know, my mom was really I was adopted, like I said, my mom was white and my dad black, and my mom was a fucking emotionally you know, she couldn't get past her own abuse, and so she was abusive to me, and I always just wished and hoped that I could like find my real mom. And so when I did find my biological family, my mom had passed away. She had died. And you know, that was really like devastating to me. I was just like, wow, really? So I got raised by this crazy white lady and shit. And so, you know, it was just here, let me see if I don't know if you can see me. But you know, it's just been crazy. But yeah, adoption and how that affects, you know, I don't know, my assignment, or you know, because I've been helping people. I give people, you know, all kind of shit, you know. I've been into, you know, metaphysics and voodoo and shit for at least 15 years, and people, they come to me and ask me shit, you know, and I give it to them. You know, I don't really know my like purpose or whatever, but yeah, I feel like being adopted has definitely affected, you know, whatever the hell it is I'm supposed to do.
Okay, so now let's analyze this for a minute. So you was adopted by an abusive adopted mother.
Yeah, she was married to my father. My father is black, and he's just kind of like one of them go along to get along ass Negroes. He just fucking, you know.
Okay, let's look at the key points. Okay, so he was your biological dad.
No,
Okay,
they're both.
all right, I got you. So he's a pacifist male. She's a alpha female, and she. So what do you learn if you ever adopt a child or go into a relationship with somebody that got a child? You know from experience that if you don't protect this child's emotional well-being and mental well-being, that they will go through what you went through, and you would be the agent that rendered that to them.
Right.
It makes you not want to do that.
Right. My daughter is amazing. Like my daughter graduates from high school next month, and she's an honor student. She's a triple Scorpio. She was born November 12th. And she's so fucking amazing and smart. She's an artist. Like, she blows my mind because, I mean, I appreciate the lessons from my mom of what not to do, because I didn't do it. I wasn't perfect, you know, because I was dealing with my own mental and emotional issues. But I could never think of, you know, I remember giving birth to her. The day I gave birth to her, like, you know, I remember sitting in the church and people would get all, oh, you know, the Holy Ghost and shit, crying and jumping around over Jesus. And I never understood that shit. But I tell you what, when I gave birth to my daughter, that shit made me want to jump around and flip around and cry and say thank you. You know what I'm saying? I like, it was such a
Everything that you learn, right, from that you don't want to perpetuate, you don't know it, but that lady that was your stepmother, you breaking her generational curses for her by not repeating. She was trying, her bloodline is trying to escape the generational curse of parental or step-parent abuse.
Her dad was abusive. She was adopted, and her dad was abusive, and her mom was passive and sat there and let it happen. That's what.
Right. So it's exactly the opposite. So you cleaning up families that ain't got nothing to do with you by biological, but circumstantially you put there to learn something, right? You learn how to treat children that's not biologically yours by knowing how people who have children that's not biologically theirs mistreat them.
Right.
So you being conditioned as one day a grand matriarch to be able to counsel women going into relationships where children already exist.
Wow. Okay.
Look, my adopted mama was mean as hell. You ruin the child if you don't protect their innocence.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you now are a candidate to teach that from experience. Your experience can teach you how to correct broken families now.
Wow.
So your mission is that as a priestess, you use it as a training program on how to teach people to be better to children that they don't have a biological connection to.
Right on. Right on. So my mother, my biological mother, after I found my biological family, I found that my grandmother was also a terrible mother to her. And so it's just like, you know, all this abuse of you know, of daughters, biological and adopted, you know, because my grandmother was the biological mother of my biological mother. And
now look at what happened.
To her. And
your mother don't, listen, your mama don't want to perpetuate the generational curse of an abusive parent. You become, by default, the sacrificial lamb to break that generational curse.
Wow, I felt that.
So she either had to surrender you up,
wow,
or she might not be having the emotional equipment to not be abusive.
I know. Damn, Chief.
So you end up breaking your adopted parents, a white lady and the black guy's generational curses. You end up breaking your grandmama and your mama's generational curses in a direct line, all by being sacrificed as an adopted child.
Wow.
So you be breaking generational curses to people that ain't even from your clan, but you still doing it out of the goodness of who you are. That's your book of life. You picked that because you wanted those curses broke all over the land.
Oh my God. Yeah. You know, I have thought of some of the stuff that you're saying, and I'm just so grateful for the confirmation and everything that you do, Uncle Rod. God dang. Wow. You're great, and I just appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. And you know, like I said, my mama's people come from the D, and I've always you know, had a connection with that energy up there. When I seen you, you know, I was just like, damn. And so my biological father is from Tallahassee, Florida. And so, you know, I've talked to him on the phone a few times, but I want to get down there and see him. But wow, thank you so very much.
This is the clue for you. In your family line, when you meet your dad, in Florida is the finish line. That's your life destination. So it's going to be on your terms when you make that trip. But just let you know, all of those curses broke when you make connection with your father. You break all those curses that you were sacrificing yourself to break.
Man, I can't thank you enough. Man, I don't even know what to say. Just thank you so much for everything you do.
Shoot, I'm even thanking you for breaking curses, because this make my job easier.
Oh man, you know, I've always been strange and weird, and I never fucking was able to get with the program of the society and none of that shit, man. It just didn't fit. History, everything. I was like, it sounds like some bullshit. And you came along.
This is why women like you gonna be needed to raise the matriarchy, because y'all have to teach us that y'all have to clean up the bullshit we've been being taught. Okay. Mother is the first teacher. Ain't no way around it.
I just my daughter is so amazing because of the lessons that I, you know, and it was inadvertent. I didn't really know what was going on. I just knew that I couldn't do that to my child. And she's so amazing. Like when I go to parent teacher conferences, they're like, oh man, your daughter's great. And like, you know what I'm saying? And I just wanted to give her what I didn't get. You know what I'm saying?
And
And she is fucking.
becomes the manifestation of the broken generational curses from all sides.
She is. Man, she's so fucking amazing, man. Oh my God. I look at her and I'm just amazed. Thank you so much, man. I don't even know what to say other than I can't believe I got out here with you, and I appreciate everything. Thank you for your confirmation, for your teaching, for your patience with people. You're everything, man. Thank you so much, Uncle Rod. I can hug you right now.
You're welcome, sweetie. Keep up the good work doing what you're doing, because you're following your path to the letter. Right, you done broke enough generational curses. Now you got to go see your dad to get it all over with.
Right on. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Have a fucking amazing rest of your day. I can't believe I got on here with you, man. Hell yeah. Peace and love to everybody, man. Like we gonna do this shit, man. And all praises to Rod and Chief Warhorse protecting.
No praises. I just be grateful and thankful. I don't need no praises. I ain't nobody God.
I feel you. Protect Rod and Chief Warhorse at all costs, for real. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, sweetie. I'm gonna take one more caller before I wrap it up.
Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love.
All right, peace. That was a beautiful sister. She went through a lot, and she was able to use it to her daughter's greatest advantage. This is when you see the fruition of the works that the people that's from the land go through to clean up the generational curses of even visitor families to the land. We don't want that negative energy over here. And some of us suffer just so we can be able to get rid of the negative energy. That's why Mama say sometimes the good got to suffer with the bad. It ain't that the good was doing anything wrong, but the good have to fix the problem, because the bad just going to keep corrupting the system. And this is why only way that we going to get up from under the condition is by each one teach one. And that was a perfect example. Okay, so he didn't come in. I haven't been going to the questions in the question bar because I've been taking callers. Hey, sweetie.
Hi, Brother Rod.
How you doing?
Good. So I have a question, like what type of energy are we in? Because I've been so emotional. And usually I'm just a person that vibrates high, and, you know, I feel everybody's pain. Like an empath, I could just take on everybody's energy, feel everybody's pain, want to help everybody. But lately it's like I've just been an emotional wreck. And my dreams are becoming more and more overwhelming.
So your dreams are your subconscious trying to give you information that you can use in your waking life. You get frustrated if you don't learn your inner language. In your dreams, you get weirder, stranger. Sometimes they become terrifying in order to make you pay attention and have a memory to try to find out what the dream world is telling you about the physical world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The dream world is aiding you in your path, and your subconscious know the language, but your conscious mind don't know the language. Some of us have our own way of communicating with ourselves that nobody can tell us how to do it. So we have to learn our own language, our own inner language. So this is why when you ever hear me tell somebody they got to write their own codex, it's clues to how to interpret what your higher self is saying by knowing what a color mean, an animal mean, and just because it has a general meaning, it might have a more specified meaning to you. Mm-hmm. Right? And the more things you define in your reality, the more control of your reality you have, right? So it goes to, are we on a predestined path or do we got free will? You're on a predestined path until you find your free will. Because when you're not using your will, it's the law of use in the universe. Somebody going to use it for you, and it might not be to your benefit. It might be to your detriment. This is why we teach the children to be responsible for the self and to know their space, because you can control yourself best by controlling who comes in your space with the wrong energy.
So
right?
pretty much taking my power back.
Yeah. Your me time, if you don't have me time, every woman's responsibility herself, especially when she start having a husband and children, is take at least an hour a day to at the end of the day to unwind from the day, or else she's going to get overwhelmed in short order. If you take that me time and daily resets, spiritual baths, you can use it for your listen to your music and dance in the basement, whatever it is that is suitable for you to spend some time loving on yourself. This is going to empower you to be stronger in dealing with others. And they don't want you to know that. That's why I'm telling you. Because I know they don't want you to know.
I've been going to the water every day, last couple of days.
And that's where you can get your spiritual messages the strongest, at the sides of the water. You know, my mama used to tell us we going fishing. She teaches us how to fish. We went fishing damn near every day when we didn't have no money, because that's how we ate. But in retrospect, my mama used to be out there meditating on the water, getting spiritual messages in order to properly guide her children. She learned that from her father. My grandfather was one of the biggest medicine men in the country. People came as far away as Canada and South America to have him mix them healing herbs. That's my mama's daddy. Right? He was a high chief. His territory, they didn't divide his land up now, but we traced it all the way back to his wife. When he passed, got deceived by bankers and they tricked her out of the land. I think they gave her like $15 for like over 100 and something thousand acres. You know, so she really didn't know what they was doing or what she had or what she was giving up, right? But he was protected before that by his organic status to the land. They couldn't take his land. Now you got Macomb, Mississippi built on his land, Tylertown, Magnolia, Sunflower, all that's on my grandfather's land. Right? On my mama's side. Right?
It's trickling down to you, his knowledge. And
my big mama, her land claim, his land claim is on her land claim. Right? Because she allocates. The women used to allocate who settled what portion of the land, and where cities would be developed, or what we call them villages. Where the villages, that's the closest English word to what we call them. And Natchez, Mississippi, on my grandfather's land too. But my father came from the other side of Mississippi. He come from he come from Canton, and his tribal land is the Canton area. But Jackson was the capital. His land also lay on top. His ancestral homeland lay on top of my big mama's overland. Like she was like the great landlady of the Louisiana area. And she's related, and her tribe and Chief Warhorse tribe is the same tribe. They from the same area, Louisiana. She was the one who baptized me when I was a baby. Now, my mama the one who took the responsibility to teach me to read the codes. Right? And my father, I never knew he was even involved in teaching me codes until he was gone, and I couldn't even say nothing to him about it because I didn't see it like I did with my mama.
What was your mom? What's your mom's sign? You talk about her a lot.
My mama Aries. My mama was an Aries, and my father was a Leo. That's why they wrote in the book, the lamb should lay down with the lion. That's talking about the Leo and the Aries.
I was thinking Aries or Cancer.
Mm-hmm. My mama was an Aries. She was a Spitfire when she was young. She tear this motherfucker up. She would knock a grown-ass man on his ass.
I bet she was a beautiful woman, too.
Yeah, she was drop dead gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
My father said she was more red than the red-haired left-hand monkey.
That actually sounds like something somebody from the South would say.
My mama said about my daddy, she said he got more nerve than a brass-ass monkey. They was flipping me cold.
In the folder, there is a picture that says, go to the folder. I'm trying to remember what it say.
I got you right here. I'm pulling it up right now. I got every single receipt that you sent me. And I got another video too. That other video, you want to roll that one.
I think it's Magna Mater. MAGNA MATER. Magna Mater.
Yeah, you got it in here. It's like okay. It's gotta be up in here somewhere. One of these pictures. Was it a writing?
There's gonna be a headline on one of those pictures you just passed.
Okay, all right.
You see those with the writing on them?
Yeah. Okay.
Not the images, the ones that look like articles.
Okay, here we go right here.
In there, yeah.
Look at them bad sisters there. Look at them. Hey, we got some beautiful.
Okay, I'm not sure what this one is, but whatever it is, we're gonna deal with it.
All right, let me get to what you're talking about. Okay. Seen it in there. Okay. Yeah. But shoot. Yeah, this one right here about the. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh look, man, I know you sent it to me, Rod. Is that right? No, that's the book right there.
Okay, I would say magnum opus, so we in the right area. Okay. That say magnum opus.
Yeah, right
magnum
here.
matter. That right there.
Right there. Okay, all right. There you go.
Yeah. See what it say on it?
Yeah.
Okay, now one of the ones that I sent you, did you get to load the ones I sent you right before we went on?
Yeah.
One of those is the definition of magna matter.
Oh, yeah, that's Big Mama's chair for everybody that's asking right there.
I was going to say you go back and show them Big Mama C. So, look, I wanted to show y'all what I was talking about on Brother Rich when I told him that the Pope seat, put the pointer on the Pope seat under the bottom of Big Mama seat. Right, that's the Pope seat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now scroll up to Big Mama seat.
All right.
This is Big Mama seat. They have to suspend it because if any man sit his ass in that seat, he in all of the motherfucking rule of the patriarchs. It bring their whole system down instantly. The only person that's permitted to sit in that seat is the grand matriarch. That's the most loved, most respected out of all of the matriarchs on the land, on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
This is the high seat. So they stole this. Now remember, when Alexander in Greece ruled, he conquered Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alexander is the son of Zeus, right?
Okay.
Zeus is Enlil.
Go ahead.
Right? So when I tell everybody that Enlil's children came to supplant and undermine the earthborn, they trying to steal the birthright of the women. That's to restore this seat back to honor and back to prominence. Everywhere you look around the world, there is a suppressed great mother, right? Which takes us to the magna mater. Latin. And what it means is great mother. So the great mother seat, this is also called the Black Madonna seat, but there's no Black Madonna sitting in it. Right? So the codes unravel the codes to put the great mother back on her seat. Right? The Magna Mater produced something called the Magna Carta, which is the Great Charter under King John. So let's see if we got. I sent you those receipts. We about to go over them.
Yeah. Hey, something else before we go. Raw. Okay, could you break down this part? All right, so they got a baby down. I guess that's supposed to be some angels or something pointing up. Then they got these 4 guys holding the seat up. Then they got these little.
Those are the 4 winds, which is the 4 elders.
Okay.
Right. Those are men.
2 pillars.
That each one of them represent the foundation under the kingdom. The throne was established. Those are 4 kingdoms. That's why they're men, because it's 4 kings.
Okay.
To raise the great mother takes 4 kings.
Okay.
So the 4 kingdoms come together to raise the 5th empire of the great mother.
Okay.
Right? They call that the magnum opus, the great work. Okay. I sent you that too.
Yeah, I got
the goal is the one that's not up there, right? Because remember, it was 3 of them crucified. 1 of them got away. Okay, so the one that got away got to come back and redeem the other 3. This is the one that they called the little drummer boy become the drum major to take the lead. All right, so this is all in the codes of the literature of all of the collected secret societies. But once you get into the occult, you find out all of the secrets is out in the open. And when you read them out to the people like we doing now, remember Noble Drew Ali? Remember the picture, Uplift Fallen Humanity?
Yeah, I got you. I think I might, I can probably pull it up. Send out the last photo we just did.
So at the end, it's going to be 4 chiefs or 4 kings. The 4 kings is going to come together to raise the throne of the great mother. The 4 kings represent 4 kingdoms. The 4 kingdoms in the lodges represent the 4 corners of the earth.
Okay.
Right? In the zodiac, they the 4 winds.
Okay.
And the waters come in off 7 seas, and the 7 seas are moved by the 4 winds.
Okay.
Right now, 7 seas is 33, 33, 33 and a third.
Okay.
That's 4 masters flipping off a 2-ball cane.
Go ahead.
Right? So the flip is the raise. The raise is to secure the position of. The pretender to the throne is the rightful heir.
Okay.
The rightful heir is then redeemed by finding the fallen kings. So if we go to who are the fallen kings, we had 2 blue and 1 red and 1 MIA. The 3 kings have to be called forward by the 4th. Right?
Okay.
Now the 4th one have to be the red man. Now they represent the 4 animals in the book of Revelations.
Yeah, I remember.
Right? Because you got the one with the head of a cow. Right? That's Taurus on the zodiac flip. And it's also the zodiac or the zoo type, which is the totem of Chief Malik Angel Bay.
Okay. Fire.
All right. Then you have the eagle, right, which is the strong eagle. And the strong eagle is the leader of the eagle clan.
Okay.
That represents another king, another chief off the blue house. That would have to be Malachi York, Chief Black Eagle.
Yeah, Thunderbird.
Right? So then you have one that's the lion. The lion is the one who roars or speaks with powerful authority.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. And he has the strength to back it up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he's the spokesman. The lion that represents Larry Hoover.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, the last one is the red man, which they call the long face. The long face is the title for the chief with the long face, as opposed to the chief with the round face.
Okay.
But the chief with the round face is the chief who bumps the chief with the left face, or with the long face, I mean. Right?
Okay.
So to pass it, the way that we get other chiefs involved in this struggle of liberation is we have to jump them in.
Okay.
Right? I got jumped in by one of my homeboys named Sugar Bang, James Love.
Okay.
Right? He came in because he had to demonstrate what happened. He came in hostile off of a left bump, then disappeared.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. So now he just told me the clue. Remember what W. Ali told us? In the picture?
Okay. Go ahead.
They came in hostile on the left bump.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
They hit us high.
Yeah.
Right. So Bang got to give me the secret. That's the secret. That's the key. That's the master knot.
That's right.
If I can find out how they came in hostile, who's telling us they came in hostile off the left bump, then I know where to start looking to unravel the mystery.
Okay.
So Noble Drew Ali in the picture said they came in hostile off the left bump.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And then he told me that the angel came and took the key away, Angel Bay.
Okay.
Be physically here when I got here.
This is over the head.
Right. He's talking to the future. He's talking to us in this time, because when we become elders, we have to clean this shit up for the next 7 generations.
Go ahead.
Right. So now, now that we know Angel Bay got one corner covered, right? Malachi got another corner covered, and Larry Hoover is the spokesperson, and the chief with the long face comes in as the drummer boy. Right? But the opener of the way is the one with the lightning bolt. Who threw lightning bolts? Zeus and who else?
Inky?
Go back to the mythology.
Oh, okay. All right. Zeus and Thor.
Thor.
Yeah.
Thor is the imposter.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Thor is trying to usurp Loki. Loki is the son of the Ice Princess, and the Ice Princess is Isis, and Isis is Big Mama, because we're looking at the Isis seat, the seat of the Black Madonna.
Mm-hmm.
So one of Big Mama's boys has been usurped.
Okay, go ahead.
Now I got the Fanny. He's represented by the lightning bolt. He's the crooked man. That's Big Tookie.
Okay.
Right? So Big Tookie's job was to lead the charge.
Okay.
Off the West Coast.
Okay.
Okay, now, all it is telling us different chiefs on the land and identifiers. Right? So the Magna Mater, the Great Mother, is restored when you complete the magnum opus, the great work And the great work is the Magnus date. I sent you all these so we can look at this, so I can show them what I'm talking about. This ain't made up shit.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna bring something out for you. Okay, that's what we
Go
just
back to
talked
that.
about.
Go back to the 12 sisters.
Okay, 12 sisters. Okay, right here.
Right there.
All right,
Blow that up.
I got you.
Can you fix it where they can see the letters? 12 daughters of Isis called Sibyls. Right? Called Sibyls. Let's see. Are a matriarchal council and lawgivers of the land. Now look at these different pigmentations.
Hold on. Something just happened.
Mm-hmm.
Go back. All right, there you go. How did it happen? All right.
You see them?
Yeah.
When I say they come from all nations, they all skin colors and hair textures. But if you look at the top right and the top left, you see, and then look at the bottom right and the bottom left, that they're capped off by 4 chocolate-covered sisters.
Yeah, right here.
That's a 4-corner shuffle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, that's called a 4-corner shuffle. Those 4 sisters, see, they all receiving the key to eternal life from the source sun. The sun is not the source, but the source communicate with us through the sun. That's what that's telling us.
Okay.
Now you notice that there's blind-haired ladies with pink skin. There's red-skinned ladies with straight hair. There's chocolate ladies with straight hair. Right? So you can even clearly tell that the one at the bottom on the right, second from the center, is a sign bushwoman. These are the nations of the earth. When Enlil came, his job was to overthrow the divine feminine.
Okay.
The divine mother is worshipped and without you knowing. She's called the divine Shakti. Can you type that in Google?
Yeah, I got
you. I don't think I sent you that one.
The divine Shakti.
Yeah, Shakti. See what it says as soon as you go to it. Go back to the main page.
Okay, I got you.
See what that say? The power of the feminine. Okay, let's read. Let's open it up and read some of it. Because we bring in receipts. We ain't just telling them we showing them where they can go look it up themselves, so they don't got to take what I'm saying to be the gospel when they can go find it themselves. This is just how it is. The whole goal of the righteous is just to be right. That's all. I just want to be right. I don't want to go out and do no ethnic cleansing to a motherfucker don't need to be ethnically cleansed.
Hey, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you now.
You want me to read it?
Oh, you didn't open it up.
Power. Okay, all right, my bad. I thought it's you want me to read this top part right here.
We going more into it than just reading the headline. I want to see that picture. Go to that picture. This is the guy that's Shakti from India. Right?
Yeah.
So Shakti is personified divine feminine. In the African powers, she is the manifestation of Oshun. Right? And in Europe, she's Diana. In India, I mean in Syria, in the Middle East, she's Ishtar or Inanna. Right? Now let's scroll down and read some of it. Can you see it? I can't see it good enough to read it.
Yeah, a little bit. Goddess worship is one of the longest standing religions traditionally in Hinduism. Arthur Basham, a well known historian of India, wrote these themes of She Harkiti. How you say her name? Say that name
Shakti.
again, Rod. Shakti.
It's pronounced Shakti.
Perhaps Shakti perhaps grew out of the conflict and eventually compromised between a
Compromise.
powerful compromise between a powerful matriarch culture that existed in India before the Aryans migrated 2000, 2500 BCE, and the male dominated society of the Aryans, the mother
Stop right
goddess.
there.
Okay.
Who are the Aryans?
The Aryans are the people from the blonde hair, blue eyed people.
No.
Go ahead.
Type them in. They're gonna show you some people in India.
Okay. I got you. Oh yeah, I know. I know who the Aryans is now. It came to me.
Go to images.
Hindu. They are Hindu people, or people in India. All right.
Scroll down till you get an actual photograph of what they look like in modern times.
Okay, I got you. Right here. That's what they look like right here.
Yep. Do them look like Europeans?
Nah.
So why we call them Aryans? These Enlil's children from his earthborn wife. The people whose throne they took was Enki's children. Take out Aryan and put in Dravidian.
All right, I got you. Here got some better pictures of what they look like.
You can look at some more. We can look at a couple more because we want them to get an understanding of what we're talking about. Because I'm trying to make this shit clear.
They kind of look like the $5 Indians a little bit.
Remember, I told you that one of the people that they went to war with was Hindus.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you're looking at.
This the one that this the kind that I was talking about when I said Aryans. When I was thinking about the Aryans, these are the ones I look kind of thinking about.
They actually now type before we go to Dravidians, type in the royal family of India.
All right. Oh yeah,
these are your Aryans. Yep, these are your Aryan race. These are the children of Enlil that was put on top of the caste system. That's why they can't be removed from power. The caste system is the scroll of government. They use racism over here. Now watch what they do over there. Type in the Dravidians of India.
Spell that word of Dravidian.
Dravidian.
I got it. Of India, right?
Yep.
Hold on, let me
put people behind Dravidian.
That's what I was thinking. Is it? Can you see that, Rod?
Drastic difference in skin tone, but keep scrolling and make the ones.
Yeah, right here.
Those
right
are
here.
in the middle. That class was in the middle.
Okay. Here we go. Right here. This might be a good one right here. Okay.
That's not them. Those are Aryans.
Oh.
Dravidians. Okay. Dravidians they look like us. They got afros.
Okay. All right. Hold up, then. Hold up, Rod.
It's Dravidian. Is that how it's spelled?
Yeah, that's how it's spelled.
Okay, take of India out and just leave people be in there.
Okay, I got you. Billion people. That pulls up some kind of castle.
Okay, put of India behind that.
Okay, hold up, I got you. Say, look, dog with afros. Hold up, I got you. Were they tall people?
They look like the Jackson 5 when you find them.
Yeah. Hold on. What about these people?
If you click that picture, it might open up the page with them on there. Yep, there they go.
The fuzzy wuzzy looking dudes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there. Like him, right? Like him. Bro.
Scroll down. They literally got big nose and afros. They not showing them for some reason. They ain't coming up.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, though, what they look like. They look like the fuzzy
Okay,
wuzzy.
type in the untouchables of India.
Right here. Hey, like this dude right here in the corner.
Right here. That's it. That's what they look like.
Yeah, like him.
They also call them the untouchables. India's untouchables.
Yeah, untouchables.
Now we getting somewhere.
Yeah, I think we might be right on here. They go right here, bro. I think that's them right there.
Yeah, that's them.
Right there. That's exactly what they look like right there. The fuzzy
now they are the ones who is supposed to be in the palaces of India. Just like we ain't in the palaces in America.
Run out of finance. Now we have to be able to protect the people using the National Guard because the police is policy enforcers. The copper tops.
Right.
We forgot why we called them cops. The copper tops, because they wore those copper badges that identified them as hostile forces on the land. We began to believe they was the legal jurisdiction of law enforcement. They wasn't. The tribes was. It's all tribal land. But they tricked us into thinking that it was something else. They ran a Ponzi scheme on us, and now it's collapsing on their finances.
How we get back in control? What's the steps now that we know what's going on, or the leaders know? What are some of the steps that we need to take to really take the steps to be, take our rightful place?
It's each one teach one at this point, but we past trying to wake somebody up.
Right.
But what we can do is start making connections with family members you don't talk to on a regular basis.
Okay.
Right, because you might need to call them later.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Money. Well, appreciate your call. I'm gonna take another one. See if I can get some more information out to the people as best I can.
As always, I appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing. We love you. Peace, God.
Peace, God. I want to know G's right here. I'm seeing if he gonna come up.
What it do, comrade?
Peace, God.
What's up, Rod? What's going on, man?
You got it. How's it going with you?
Man, it's going, man. Everything lovely. It's been a minute, man, since I hollered at you.
I know, man. I've been offline.
I
letting them make the ends connect. Letting the people make the ends connect, because you gotta let the energy settle so you can see what you're working with.
Right.
Yeah. I don't even remember the last time I did a live on Instagram. Probably about 3-4 months ago.
Shit, I think it was longer than that, because shit, I ain't hollered at you since I hadn't talked to you since before your damn born day.
Oh yeah, that was November.
Been a minute.
Yeah.
Right. So you already answered one question I wanted to ask you about that July deadline, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, does that mean that so if they're gonna run out of money, is that gonna be affecting people's JOBs?
Yep.
So them motherfuckers just gonna shut down then, right?
Everything gonna end up having to shut down.
Ain't that a bitch?
Unless people, unless the people willing to work for free.
Hell no, you know that shit ain't finna happen. So shit, it would be more due if the people who really are in this fucking journey to just fucking quit them motherfuckers anyway right now.
I said that 3 years ago.
I already know. So you putting confirmation on what we should have been doing a long time ago.
But you gotta keep in mind, 3 years ago, I wasn't even in most of these people's peripheral vision, let alone their direct sight.
Yeah,
you know, I had to put out such extreme volume of information that they have to come across it, right, over time. And I had to cross so many patterns on the way that the algorithms work for enough people to see what I'm talking about. Then I got to talk to people on different levels of understanding, on different topics, different subject matter, right? And this requires a long toil of information, outformation, transfer, right? And that's what takes the time for us to be prepared to go back to our culture and our people, because somebody had to be able to get the understanding clear enough as to how we got infiltrated and undermined, and why they want us to think that we from somewhere else, and why they replace us with people they brought over here as slaves, right? And so using the information that's in the public domain, I can use it as the reference source in order to make it clear to the people what I see. Everybody ain't supposed to agree with me, but everybody supposed to check out what I'm saying and find out, are you disagreeing just to be disagreeable, or do you disagree because we got a fundamental perspective difference? You see from one angle, I see from another. If we disagreeing on them lines, you can merge perspectives.
Right.
You can close in on the perspectives, because you can get to see more spectrums between the two as y'all negotiate why you see it from your perspective and I see it from mine. Right. And that's how this is all with the communication systems of our people is on different levels. Everybody ain't on the same level. So when I talk a certain way, sometimes I talk over people's head. That wasn't for them. It was for the people that was over their head. And then some people, sometimes it sounds like I would say what they dumb down. Not that I'm dumbing down. I'm talking to a people that's linguistic grasp for this English language is not as high as a lawyer or a doctor, right? So I could go talk legalese to people that study civics and law. I can't talk legalese to people that study Kentucky Fried Chicken and Popeyes and the hoochies that hang out there.
Ain't hearing that.
Right. So now I got to come to them and talk about fried chicken and Pop-Tarts. They understand that at that point. So today I might be talking to a people at one level, but tomorrow I might be talking to people on an entirely different level. And it might sound hard for a person to grasp if I'm talking to somebody on a higher level. But at the end of the day, I got to communicate with everybody from the projects to the penthouse and everywhere in between. You know, so that's why it's always different layers to the information.
Right. I feel that. So look, what kind of situation you think we're gonna be in? Because see, I have a family member that's not ready, but trying to fucking move out on their own, and I'm constantly telling them, hold up, wait a minute. You don't really know what the fuck is going on. You need to be sticking with family right now instead of thinking about your damn independence. You need to hold up for a minute, but they not listening, cuz.
Yeah, you can only tell them. You can't make them.
Yeah, that's what it is on that. So we ain't even got to talk more on that. But so what you feel like that's also gonna be winding up causing some civil chaos out here when that shit hits.
Look, you got to remember, it was two factions fighting for Earth. It was the Earthborn, and it was a group of nomads that's from somewhere else. I don't know where the fuck they from. They ain't from here. They don't fit in with our people, but they can hide amongst our people. This is where the whole ideology and understanding the shapeshifting come from.
Mm-hmm.
Right? A person that can assume to be somebody that they not, an actor. Right? A really good one, a Jim Carrey. Right? A Jamie Foxx. They can pretend to be somebody they not so good, you'll forget that you're looking at the actor portraying the person, and you'll believe you're looking at the person and come out of the actor. It's method acting. But don't get so absorbed in the character that you lose sight of who you are. Right? Go back to when Jim Carrey did Andy Kaufman's story. He had to go see a psych because he couldn't get out of character.
Right. Damn. And he said he felt like he had to become famous in order to find himself, because he found out that all those characters were nothing but an illusion that he had created. That boy was deep, man. He sure was. So shit, okay. It's just going.
Then you got another kind of actor like Keanu Reeves.
Right.
Everyone in his characters is him.
This is the same as the atmosphere of the earth, but it's the atmosphere of the person. You see, the fear make her. You see, so the fear make her turns the power now. Remember, we were talking about the Salem witch hunts now.
Yep. Go ahead.
The women in the Salem witch hunts, if you always look, it's a elder black lady that's around a group of little white girls that she's teaching how to harness this energy from the uterus to the heart chakra to the crown chakra.
Okay.
Right, and all of them girls gonna be calling her a couple of different names. She's gonna be either Nana, Big Mama, Ma, or she gonna be a nanny or a Nina, because all those different matriarchal positions, and they're teaching these other people how to use the energy that they never was allowed to access before.
That's fire.
This become known as the keys to magic, or the 7 hermetic principles. Right? So when we talk about harnessing the energy, right? Go back to what Bob was teaching in the Holy Tablets. You remember all the geometry he had in there?
Yep.
Right? He was showing from the dot to the line in the creation spectrum.
That's right.
He was drawing a map of a hologram.
Okay.
Because when you program in a hologram, the hologram started from the dot. The dot got to be connected on a straight line to an alternating source on another straight line on a parallel trajectory.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. And when it feeds the information back across the 2 straight lines, it projects a 3D image, a hologram.
Okay.
So all this is our minds collectively coming in to produce the hologram of what we call reality. But we made the agreement before we came into human form, because when we came into human form that the misery could become addictive like crack cocaine.
Man.
And in the misery, we absorb more of the fear.
Wow.
Right? So now, remember what our shoes used to be made out of? They was made out of skins.
That's right.
Now what they made out of? Rubber, right?
Yep, rubber.
It's cut you off from the earth. Right? Some of the clans wore wooden bottom shoes because the wood still transmitted the grounding energy of the earth through the feet of the women to keep them from being mind controlled by a retarded ass man.
Go ahead.
Right? Because if she stay grounded, that fear that he living in is going to start to expand, because he's trying to get strong enough to draw her out of that same fear. The man want to take the lead, right? So as he level up, she make him level up again. What is this doing? This is making his mitochondrial increase output of energy. Now remember, the first principle of the universe is love.
Go ahead. That's right.
Okay, in first principle, if you're going to be a creator, you have to go back to the first principle. Right? So that's what Larry Hoover tell us. The first principle of the universe is love. And embrace that. Because when you understand that, this is what you're looking at. You're looking at a blueprint that's giving your subconscious mind the imagery you don't understand in your conscious mind, but your God self can translate it to transform you. Right. If you allow it to sink in without judgment. Because soon as you put judgment on it, the judgment causes you to restrict and fear.
Go ahead.
But when you recognize that all things is happening within you, happening in the world, because all parts of the hologram is an equal part of the whole.
Go ahead. I'm with you. This fire.
Right? So when you go through the internal dialogue with the internal self and realign, you start to cause that expansion. Right? This is why they tell you, don't be laying up under them girls while you young. Fuck you up. Short your circuit out. Because you don't know how to release the energy to be in the moment yet. You still what they call wild and free.
Okay, go ahead.
The mind is untamed. Your Sacco Mile, your monkey mind is going crazy and you following it, but you watching for the snakes, and the snakes is the wisdom.
Go ahead.
Right? So when one wise woman whisper one wise word to you, she's giving you a message from a whole generation of wise women. You have to be perceptive enough to watch for snakes. That means watch for the wisdom. Right? And the more that you understand that they turning you on to how to turn your mitochondria up, because you can't have any magic without getting back to the first principle of the universe. Right? Because now you have to expand your auric field. This is your auric field, your greed. And then with that, you have to learn your inner language. You don't know your inner language until you learn how to communicate with yourself, higher self to lower self. And this is why we teach tarot card reading. Party shell reading. Flip the shells. You just using that for your subconscious mind to give your conscious mind a frame of reference so you can translate what you sensing into something you can explain to somebody else.
Right.
And this is where we get into the magic of the chi. Because as you expand that field right there that we're looking at, you're starting to expand your chi. So you're expanding right there?
Yep. Hey, quick question, Rob, while you on this subject. So it's kind of like a cobra back right here. But like I say, man, this is a big difference between the love energy and the fear energy. It's like only like maybe 1/8 of what this is. 1/8 of the energy. Yeah.
So this is the touch the hem of his garment. The explanation.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so when Isis walked past you, her energy output of mitochondrial resonance is healing and restorative to origin.
Okay.
The lady had been bleeding, vaginal bleeding, and she was suffering. Okay. She spent all her money on the doctors. They couldn't help her.
Okay.
The witch doctors couldn't help her. Right? But she heard Mother Isis was coming to town. They tell us it was Jesus.
Yeah.
And she said when they went past, she didn't even care to have a conversation, check up all out. She just know that if she can get close enough to get into this field, right, that she would be deep enough inside the energy field to be healed.
Okay, go ahead.
Uterus to uterus. This is why women's healing circles are so important.
Go ahead. Write that down.
Right? So when she touched the hem of a garment, I turned around and said, "Who touched me?" And she said, "It was me. I just wanted to be made whole."
Yeah.
Right? This is the mitochondrial field they talking about, what we call an aura.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? This is when we were neutral gender. Gender was unified in the name of love, and then it became divided at 3D in order for us to understand how to balance the polar opposites. So this is why when you hear about people that can still do the stuff we read about in the Bible or in history books that's over in India.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where we get the greatest information on developing the chi. Just right here.
Okay.
And they understand that developing the chi is tuning into the love frequency. They trying to draw it directly from the earth, but the earth requires a man for optimum performance to gain it through a woman and tie both of them back to the earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's called a sacred union. So they ground it, and the woman can raise his chi energy without him going through 40 years of meditation in a cave in the Himalayas some goddamn where.
Go ahead.
Right? They call that sacred sexual energy harvesting. It's part of the sex magic understanding, and that's how they knew how to use sex magic to subjugate the children. Because trauma sex magic ties them into a low resonance, which allows the fear to conquer their life. And this is why you got people with unconquerable phobias now. They're using this chi harnessing of the root chakra.
So
Keep you vibrating in fight or flight mode.
So the energy they be stealing from the kids, they be wanting them kids while they fresh and while they innocent, so they can steal the fresh energy from like
yeah. And they corrupt them from being able to conquer them later.
Wow.
Right. So in India, they teach a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
All the way to the right.
All the way to the right. Right here. Right here, Rod.
Mm-hmm. It's on the second row now, all the way to the left.
All right, hold on. Right here, like all the way to the left.
It's in the display case.
Right there, Rod, right?
That's it. See, it's in the display case, yep.
Yeah. $43 million. Shit. That's $1.
Now remember, in the book, we already under the Bible contract from 1492 and Columbus' arrival. We already under that 400-year contract. Remember Elijah said they got an extension? Do you remember, Elder?
Yep.
This the extension.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, now, because we under the Bible contract, and the Bible contract say the blood of the righteous shall not be spilled in vain, because Crispus Attucus was one of the righteous, and they wrote the contract in his blood, even the ones who don't want to participate is forced to follow the rules. It's an energetic movement of people. The maintenance on the contract is the slaughterhouses, the letting of blood rituals that's keeping us sedated. Right? Adrenaline is known as angel repellent.
Go ahead.
So your fear chokes the angel spirit out of the individual. The more he feared, the more he choked himself down. So immediately following this, the protest was something called the Boston Tea Party.
Yeah, right.
This was the fallout. This was the beginning of the American Revolution.
You want to take some questions? And
yeah, we're moving to some questions. So
we come back on part 2 on this one, man, because this right here is a good one. Like I say, every time you come, bro, it's just, I learn something new every year.
Well, they need to understand how we got to this idea. They need to understand what we're talking about, the restoring the matriarchy.
Yeah. So
And now it can't be. I can't make it no more clearer.
Yeah. So right now, I'm saying the way I remember it, man. When as you telling me about this matriarch and everything, the way I remember it is that, and I saw this movie, a Native American movie, right? And the woman did all the talking. All the man did is just stand there and just, if you didn't listen to what she said, he was the force to say, okay, you don't want to listen to her. Now I gotta kick your ass. But if you listen to her,
Those women are those women are called chiefs. They the ones, they like, for instance, you got two different types of chief. You got men chiefs and women chiefs. The chief is the one that talk to the people that come in and stuff like that. Big Mama will send a chief, male or female, according to the circumstance. Right? And we follow the instruction, and sometimes we send the enforcers, which is also the witnesses. Right? So when the Galactic Council asked for Larry Hoover, we got to have a witness.
Okay. Go ahead.
Somebody that is on equal footing with Larry Hoover. We always have to have a witness. So they want to know, who are we sending the witness, his interaction, and we said Chief Malik Angel Bay. Right? We sending not only a witness, but somebody that if you fuck with his brother, he gonna touch you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know? And you ain't gonna look at him and intimidate him. He ain't scared of none of you.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
And then once we got that, then we found out that they had Big Tukey frozen cryostasis, and he wanted the chiefs on the land that they wasn't allowed to kill. We told him, you gotta produce him.
Right.
And he'd be the second witness. Right? So now we winding down to the end. Haiti is the place to watch. I got a call from Sister Bayeno Biello. Happy belated birthday, sister. I love you. She let me know that Haiti was on the road with taking care of their business and cleaning up their house. That was good news. Her birthday was yesterday, right? And my mama's birthday in 3 days, the 29th. Do the math. So hers was 327. That's 3 flip 7 off a 2-ball cane flip. Right? And the grandmother knock or a matriarch knock come off the motherland from my mama's birthday approaching on the crossroads knockback off a red house. On the 3 days to a resurrection on my mama's birthday to deliver a message that will let them know that we about to restore the supreme matriarch, and we've already began, the stuff is in motion. It's actively in motion. We've identified the fakes and the frauds, the haters and the backbiters, the underminers, the crooks, the dirty players, the dirty hand. Everybody been taken care of, except the normal, everyday, I ain't had nothing to do with that ass people. Because they ain't had nothing to do with it.
We won.
Right. So we didn't come on ships. We was already here. We was here before here was here, because we built this shit. Elijah Muhammad said, who is God? The maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, God of the universe, the Asiatic black man in us. Right? But I ain't Asiatic. I'm organic. And we was black by political position of opposition, by those who classified themselves as free white persons, and they were on the attack to usurp us. It's all played out by the Pope at the Vatican by sitting in his chair under the Great Mother's chair, knowing he can't sit on it. All he can do is block you from getting to it. So before we let them stop her from getting to it, we clean house first. You know how the kids get when mama about to come home, everybody get up and start cleaning shit up.
Right.
because we don't want that ass whipping that come with it. Right? So mama on her way home, and everybody got up, jumped up, started cleaning up.
Yeah.
They couldn't figure out what to do, so they asked me what to do, so I told them. And when I told them, they did it, and Big Mama started smiling and said, there go my baby, I told you leave no stone unturned.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So now, if y'all gamblers, put y'all money on the motherfucking Haitian World Cup women's team. Get y'all a little extra change. I'm not a gambler, but
Watch the flip on the land, huh?
yeah.
Hey,
we moving the matriarchy back in power. No matter, a lot of the guys don't understand it, and they think that it's a bad idea to put the matriarchy back together. But what they don't know is, because it's ran with the children's interests as the first order of business for the next 7 generations, and the mothers just had to consider that in all of their political decisions. Once he realized that, it's going to change his interaction with the divine feminine, which is going to change his interaction with women. The value of men and women vary according to your personal development. You can't be a high value target doing low value shit. You just can't expect that. You can't expect to be a slime ball and get the best top of the cream mate.
That's right. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something.
Right.
Hey, Rod, I'm gonna tell you something, man.
Yeah.
About this tape. This is a fire tape, man, because it make us, treat our women better. Like my wife, man. I'm telling you, when I treat her a certain way, I get the king response. When I treat her like a queen, she treat me like a king. You know what I'm saying? So like, I know people don't like the word king. We can get into that in the word queen, but I'm saying, yeah, like when you do your woman right, if you got a good woman, she should do you right in exchange, and y'all come out on top. I feel I'm doing good right now. Yeah.
People are in the slave mentality of going into their relationships, and that's why they don't understand the nature of the species. Men and women, we don't function mentally and psychologically the same, but the woman wants the man to act like a woman without being a woman. This is what.
Go ahead.
And the man wants the woman to be your homeboy. She ain't your homeboy. She your counterpart, your counterbalance, right? So once you learn how to balance the relationship, start building toward a good life. Everybody is looking at the gloom and doom of yesterday, and that's what's holding them down and holding them back. You stuck in the past. If you start evolving your understanding of people, it's going to evolve your understanding of your mate. When you understand that if a man get a good woman, he can read from her energy if he need to do certain business transactions, because she will respond in a certain way when the negative energy comes towards you.
Right.
And sometimes that's why you always hear us say, no matter who mama was praying to, that shit worked for me.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
So she was talking to herself, because my mama is the guide to the child. She is your creator. Ain't no motherfucker mowed you out no dirt and blow no shit in you. You was born out your mama uterus.
Get them.
Right? And it took us a long time to develop this organic meat suit, but we here now. In human form, walking guides, serving the interest of the people to their highest good, once they can assimilate what it all means. And so we come teach them step by step. Everywhere you look on earth, before there was any male called God, God was a woman, the great mother.
Go ahead.
Right? You could call her by many different names, but at the end, it had to be a mother image to understand the God concept and the concept of unconditional love, because it's the only place in nature that is naturally found. Mothers have unconditional love for offspring. Right? And that's why they came out with the Oedipus complex and the electric complex, where you marry your opposing parent. No, you marry an archetype. That's why Jung had to come straighten it out. Right? When you realize that the love frequency of the heart connects all who love the same. So the fabric of it is to build up the community by winning the hearts and the minds of the people with undisputable truth and the arati, the unshakable facts. Right? So we come, we teach, they learn, and they awaken. The great mother going back on her seat.
Yeah.
Ain't no doubt about it. One way or another, by hook or by crook. We will burn this mother down if she ain't getting what's hers. My mama said, don't let nobody take nothing from my sisters and my brothers. And I seen that my sister's planet was being held hostage. So I had to find out who did it, how they did it, why they did it, where they done it at, right? And then I had to reverse it, turn that shit around on their ass, telling the people step by step, this is what they did, so we had to do this. So under the Indigenous Rights Act, knowing that I'm organic to the land with the blood and the rights, I canceled their contracts because Big Mama told me to. She told me to get the imposters off the land. Then I got the message from mothers all across the land that's telling me the same thing. Right? And it culminates in the dream when I'm called by three kings, three sky chiefs. And the three sky chiefs is the three high chiefs that called the low chief to come up to the top and do some work.
Go ahead.
They call it sheep dipping in military science. Taking a person from their specialty but using them where you need them in the time of war. Big Mama told him, y'all gonna keep pushing him to the side, but you're gonna need him sooner or later. And here I am.
Yeah.
I didn't gripe, bicker, complain. I just laid down my motherfucking hand and told the truth.
No,
Stand in a position to right, let thunder fly. So prepare for what y'all about to see, because we almost to the grand finale now. We can go to Q&A from here, Elder.
Hey, man, people said they don't really got no questions. You done cracked heads and twist caps and put niggas in the comas, man, with this. Every time, like every little piece, it's just you steady building onto this building. I'm calling it the Roy Hayes building, right? I believe, hey, Roy, I believe you one of the last masters I'm supposed to sit with. I'm supposed to sit with you to get this part. You one of the last masters. Now it's like I'm on a whole nother level now with all the shit you've been giving me.
Man, I can't wait to sit. I can't wait to sit and talk to Malachi and Farrakhan, Larry Hoover, and Jeff Ford at the same time. Can you imagine that conversation?
Man, I'll give my
I'll be in conversational heaven.
I'll give my whole check to see that.
I'll be in conversational heaven.
Man, you know, hey, you got, hey, them boys will be so spooked out about that. Them alphabet boys, they'll be, man. You remember I saw a video with I think it was Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. They went in the back room and talked, and then they came back out and they was asking them, "What did y'all talk about?" And they said, "Oh, we ain't telling you."
That was Muhammad Ali.
Oh, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, that was Muhammad Ali. That was fire.
Yeah, he's like, when your president go in and talk to Khrushchev, we don't ask you what y'all was talking about in there.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
When you want to ask us.
See, yeah. See, they messed up though. They stopped us from that when they started watching us, you know, with the COINTEL Pro and everything. So when we started meeting up, they watch us. But now they caused a bigger. It's everything is spreading a bigger way now. It's like all we got to do is get the minds to agree and overstand what you're saying, and all we got to do is think it. Once we start thinking on this frequency, the Big Mama energy, this shoe nut resonance, once we start thinking on that level, everything fall into place mentally first, and then it falls. Everything else go into place. Once we got our mind together on what everything you saying, with everything that the ancestors been teaching. Once we got our mind on that, that's what's gonna make us win right then. We already won though. I feel like we already at the last, about to cross through the ropes and break the rope for the finish line, man. We right there, bro. Now, all we doing
Mm-hmm.
now is removing the parasites. Removing the parasites. It's what Trump was.
Nothing
Everybody,
personal.
yeah, just get rid of the parasites. That's it.
Yeah,
The
nothing
one that was
personal.
feeding off us. Man, so everybody's saying this right here was fire, man. It says, can you tell Raw I had a dream about him? We were talking in my mama's living room, and a big bald eagle landed on his shoulder. Can you ask him what does that mean? What was that about?
Which shoulder?
Hey, which shoulder was it? That was Ja. Which shoulder was it? Was it Ja Mira? Mira. Oh yeah,
So the bald
Chief be
eagle and
cheaper, man. Go ahead.
yeah, the birds of prey
Right shoulder.
represent different. Okay, birds of prey represent different types of chiefs, and the bald eagle is the high chief's symbol. So the right shoulder is so the bird land on the right shoulder. That's where my totem symbol is, telling me that the chief is coming in off the right in order to get my attention. When you say coming in off the right, that means coming in righteously. So it's a return to the ancient ways.
That's
I
fire.
used to see elders in horseback. When I close my eyes, they be standing there on horseback looking, and I hope what the hell?
Yeah.
But they was just reminding me of my responsibilities and my duties. My discovery make me obligated to the collective clans to tell the people what was done to us to undermine the great mother and take her from her position on the land. So when you understand ritual magic, then you get to see the magic that was done, the curses that was laid upon us to keep us from ever getting free. But remember, it said that the first shall be made last and the last shall be made first, right? But the first still got to come back to the front because they the only ones that's going to be able to fix it. So those which was the last became the first under the white man's burden through the Catholic Church being the enforcement arm in the kingdoms of the Babylonian Empire, which trace us back to the doctrines of Enlil's sons, Ninursin, which is the law of sin, which is the blood rights, the sex magic, and the money magic. And then it takes us to his other son, who was his general, that was using the chemical warfare. We talking Marduk.
Yeah.
Right? And the chemical warfare came in the forms of strange diseases that had never been seen on Earth before. And that's what they was giving us with smallpox laced blankets.
For all the information and everything that you give out. I have some questions. I wrote it down.
All right, let's go. Let's get some Black Girl Magic learning up in here.
Okay, so my first question is about human emotion and the release of it. Is that a normal thing as one continues on through their ascension process? Because I find myself like when things happen, like in the news, like I hear about something happening, let's just say, right? And I'm all like, my first thought is like, damn, what did they do in the past life that they going through this? So it's not necessarily, oh my God, the kids, oh my God, what happened to them? It's more like, what is your soul trying to learn? So is that a natural thing that's supposed to happen, or am I just like going too far deep into it with losing the human?
So you looking at it from a multi lifetime event, culminating with the event you're observing.
because you tying it to their karmic debt. You sensing that somebody is getting exactly what they was asking for.
And I always tie it back to we ask, or we, how can I put it? Everything that is like we ask to go through that process. So it's just basically taking responsibility for the things that happen to us or through us and the experiences that we go through. So, okay.
Yeah, so some of those events are exaggeration of the event in order to trigger an emotional reaction. If you're a natural bullshit detector, it won't work on you. And it can't draw your sorrows out of you for the event, because you can read behind the scenes of something else going on.
Yes.
So DJ Quick got a verse in one of his songs from the 90s saying Columbine ain't nothing new. In Compton, they shoot up schools too.
Yeah.
They cruise through trying to see who's wearing red and who's blue. But we don't get the international sensational attention drawn to but the first victim they're going to show is this little blonde haired, blue eyed girl or boy that was so fucking cute as a button. Yeah, so all of those are rituals. The sensationalism of the tells you where they want your attention focused at. It's the David Copperfield finna make an elephant disappear. It's on the marquee. The great illusionist, David Copperfield, makes elephant disappear. Now, we get ready to go into the doors. Everybody's saying before they go in there, I'm going to see the trick. So they already know by reading the sign it's an illusion. He ain't finna make no fucking elephant disappear. But he gonna make it look like the elephant disappeared. So now everybody swear they're not gonna get tricked. And then the curtain come down and the elephant fucking gone. Where'd he go? I thought you said he wasn't gonna trick your dumb ass. So one of the 6 senses of a female when she becomes a mother, she becomes a human bullshit detector, because it's a defense mechanism to protect her children from people with bullshit on their mind. She get a sensation in the pit of her stomach, and then she asks herself, what the fuck is that? And then she hear the voice of her big mama say, don't trust that nigga around your kids. That's the same thing when you see these sensationalized events. Why you don't respond the way they want you to, because your mama senses is turned on. And you know, every one of these kids is classified as bipolar under the care of a psychiatrist or psychologist. Anybody studied MK Ultra know that they do sleeper soldiers and they narcotize them in studies, and they found they was the most effective sleeper agents to activate. That's all MK Ultra information from the 50s. And they running the shit on us in the 90s and the 2000s. Right? So then they can send their sleeper cells to do the dirt. It's a false flag event, but people really got hurt.
Yeah.
So then they sensationalize it in order to draw your attention away from the elephant they about to make not disappear. That way you can't see where your shit at.
That's deep. Well, another thing I wanted to ask you was about one of your one of your laws. You said that, or you call yourself Thoth or Tahuti. So I was like, why aren't y'all asking him about what he wrote down? So one of your biggest things that you wrote down that boggles my mind is all truths are but half truths.
Because most people take sides. You can't see the whole problem. There's two sides to it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't see both sides, you can't see the whole truth.
But I'm taking it, or I guess I'm looking at it wrong, because I'm looking for like an absolute truth. And so when I hear all truths are but half truths, I'm all like, I can't make it absolute.
Right.
Because it's on half of,
And the Maxim of Thoth says that you are the only absolute, the source from which you came. All other things is one side or the other of a reflection of that absolute truth. The balance is the only way to see both halves of the half-truths. The dark side and the light side. The left-hand path and the right-hand path.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to remain on the straight and narrow. When you follow what's in your heart, you can see that the half-truth, what the other half is. So that's why all things are but half-truths. It's like Noble Drew Ali said it. He said, man, is truth and falsehood strangely mixed. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Reality is based on the manifestation of the thing that doesn't really exist. Everything we see in the 3D world ain't nothing but a conglomeration of atoms.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't really there.
So this goes back to the concept of this reality being all mental. It's basically
it's a mental projection from a group of gods to create a holographic reality. The layout is Metatron's cube.
Okay, which is a square.
It's the star of life.
Okay.
The 6-point star in the circle, but it's really the star of life. It's two pyramids interlocking with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the holographic imagery that begins the foundation to build on. Now, we creating a hologram, but the collective of the gods have to agree to maintain the hologram. So these are what we call the 4 pillars of the earth, which is the 4 great gods of the earth, which is Isis, Osiris, Tahuti, and Ra. Right? So the great mother and the great father raised the wise son, right, to reflect the great father Ra. As a son on earth, we produce as the sky, mother creator, big mama, produce as the center of the solar system. Right? So the gods collectively hold the hologram in place. And then when the hologram comes into disorder, then the gods manifest in human form to inform the humans of how to restore order. When they get the message has to reach critical mass of the chosen ones to redeem the clans and to make everything reverse back. It's a reset.
Is this happening like, is this what we would call the epoch?
Yeah.
So every 24,000 years, it resets over? Okay, that's what I was thinking.
And that's why in the book of Thoth it said, I won't be back for some thousands of years.
Yeah, okay, cool. One thing I was noticing is when I was meditating one time, I came up out of meditation and I wasn't using my third eye. I was using these 2 eyes, and I saw the number 3, and it was going down, like looking like how the Matrix is set up, that green line stuff. Was I seeing the code? The streamer? I was actually seeing the code of the room that I was in? Okay.
Well, you were saying the streamer. The streamer was answering something that you put in the energy field. You were psychic sensitive.
Yeah, I figured that.
But you haven't trained your senses.
No,
So,
because
when your
it
answers
happens
come, you can't
randomly.
translate them. You feel what they mean, but you can't explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just happens randomly too. Like one day I was just looking at TV. I wasn't even meditating. I looked off to the side and it looked like it was a projector screen, and it was just floating in midair, and I could see what somebody was doing. I could see them talking to the people in their house. I could see that they were looking at TV, the computer, and all this other stuff, but they couldn't see me. Just, you know, what the heck. But it has been so much.
You know, Instagram, the bullshit, y'all.
Am I asking the wrong questions? Have we fought in this war many times?
This war is a long, protracted struggle, but it's only been during this 24,000 year cycle has it been hostile.
Okay. Okay. Is this do we have many agendas when we come down here for like soul growth, doing shadow work, and a whole bunch of other stuff mixed up together?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all of that is what you call your book of life.
Okay. Okay.
Your book of life is your DNA code.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And by learning who you are and learning to trust and believe in yourself and love yourself, it starts revealing the blueprint in real time, and you reading it as it's happening. This is in my book of life, right? Right.
Yeah.
In your book of life, you have what's called fail safes. You know when they say when the student is ready, the teacher will come?
Yes.
Right. Well, while the student is taking the test, the teacher is quiet. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not stuck, there's no need to communicate with the teacher. You got to do your work.
It still feels lonely though.
That's because you're searching in your heart for your path. That sensation of loneliness comes from being drawn to your path, because can't nobody walk it but you. So the being alone becomes the rule to develop where you want to go.
Right.
That's where you map out your best life scenario. That's where you get to read the final chapter in your book of life for this earth realm.
Mm-hmm.
And then you work towards the end from where you at. You fill in the gap. That's part of the learning to love yourself, because while you're looking for validation to relieve the loneliness externally, you can't never validate yourself to be whole, so that it'll automatically attract what you need, and the loneliness won't come into play.
Okay. One more question. I've been having like this feeling, I think it's because of my natal chart. I have a more humanitarian type of vibe going on. And when this new earth happens, what's going to happen to those that don't make it? Are they going to be in like a waiting state and before they're able to incarnate back on here? But it's not going to be a 3D realm. It's going to be a 5D realm, right?
It's going to still look the same.
Oh,
but technologically, it won't be the same.
yes. And bodies will be different. These avatars will be different as well, right?
They're going to alter over time.
2060 keep coming up for me. I keep getting like completion. I don't know what that means. So just putting that out there. Thank you so much, Rod, for everything.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay. Bye.
So she was talking about the self-work aspects, learning who you is. The goal is to learn how to read your book of life, and then you can follow the pattern to your best life with the least amount of resistance. But if you don't read it, you're gonna bump into every obstacle till you get down the right path. So you're gonna either walk the road blindly, or you're gonna open up the path and walk the road and with your eyes wide open, even when they shut, because you have a plan. Right. So old saying, those who fail to plan has planned to fail, because you're gonna have a plan whether you develop it or not. Right. So when you put all of this shit together, we get a whole nother level of understanding and growth from a spiritual perspective to aid in the overall development of the human. So we going into uncharted territory. So the genetics is a motherfucker. And inviting the right species to complement the DNA in order to correct the birth defect anomalies to prevent people from ascending and balancing these energies. Whew, that's some testy shit. Okay, I got 5 questions. The last new moon of the year, the people who do moon magic would already know what to do for that. If you're not into moon magic, then to spontaneously do the rituals without the training probably won't make much sense. So the problem with the children that's prone to suicide is they going through transitional phases, and nobody told them that the shit's supposed to get hard, so they're not prepared for it. So they drop out of class, basically, is what the suicide is. The Grand Canyon is not connected to Arizona by geography. It's connected by a stargate. There was a stargate in Arizona that came out in Cairo by the pyramid complex. We in Atlantis, Lemuria, a whole different landmass is no longer present. It's under the ice in Antarctica. Shangri-La, I'm not too versed on that one. Listen, there is no philosopher or scholar that existed in the BC period and early AD period that didn't finish their master studies up in Alexandria.
That's right. Go ahead. Hey, this right here book look fire too. The ancient
This is a collection of 5 or 6 books, maybe 7.
Hey, go ahead, Roy. You got another book you want me to pull up before we go to the next one? While we up in this?
Yeah, you might as well pull up the Holy Science.
Okay, the Holy Science.
So in here he gives you a blueprint of the collective conscious, and when you meditate, how to move through the unconscious. See the man with the beard in the first picture?
Yeah. Damn, bro, how you be knowing all these damn books, bro? You got more books in your head than the damn library, bro.
All sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the Longhouse of War. That would have been the Gullah Geechee Big Mama that called us over here. She would have had the tribesmen come in and build this longhouse so that we have sleeping quarters at the war.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So we would have had the longhouse, then we would have had the red house would have been for the daughters, and the blue house would have been for the sons. This is how you get your different rites of passage. Then you had babies that was too young to live with the boys, and they stayed extra time in the red house. That became the sons of the red house.
Okay.
These are all traditions around the world that were usurped and organized under ritual rites of secret societies. When you know your culture, when you read it back to the people, they understand what's going on the land, right? So the Iroquois Constitution was the codified oral speeches that somebody overheard and wrote down in a longhouse meeting. And that's how they end up with a constitution. The reason the Constitution worked because it was a blood right oath.
Okay.
And the blood right tied us to the George Washington challenge because the the Constitution, the original Constitution, was taken away and rewritten in the blood of a guy named Crispus Attucks. Type him in.
All right, Crispus Attucks.
Yep, CRISPUS ATTICKS.
They spell that last name Attucks.
You gotta spell his first name, his last name will pop up. PUS CRISPUS.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, there you go.
What?
First one. That one.
A Nubian brother.
You see the one right there with the writing on it to tell you a little bit about him? Yep.
Yeah, free black man living in Boston.
Blow that up.
All right, let me see. Can I blow it up for you? We can't go for that free black man joint no more, man. They hustle on. That's their hustle game. Yeah, free black man living in Boston during the time of Boston massacre. Possible descendant of the Wampanoag Indians, and yeah, we know he a descendant. I know possible. They burning their game, and the African American slaves were referred in the Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1964 speech. Died instantly from a bullet at the Boston massacre. That was a setup, bro. Go ahead.
Now remember,
that was a
I told you this who blood the Constitution was written in.
Instantly at a massacre. Go ahead.
You hear me? This is whose blood the original. Yeah, the Constitution was written in his blood. That's why we couldn't break it. That's why it took us so long to break it, because they used the blood of the righteous to write the contract. Notice he the first person killed.
Go ahead, man.
They using Babylonian blood magic. Right. And they wrote the Constitution in his blood. This is what make us have to go into the conjure war, because now we locked into the contract that they call the Constitution. Type in original Constitution.
That's crazy, bro. That's good stuff right here, bro.
It's in the George Washington Memorial, I believe. Your mitochondrial frequency is putting more energy into your DNA, which is making your auric field expand out further than it normally would. You're moving into what you call your matriarchal position now, which is a high mother's seat. Right, so your mother instincts are sharp, keen, and you protective of the children, and these are the things that's driving your mitochondria to continuously expand this energy into the DNA. When this happens, your chakras, right? Your chakras are gotta have to be aligned. If they don't, then the harmony is in disarray. Once you start aligning the chakras, it plays a beautiful musical symphony. The songs are the spheres, which is all chakras playing in harmony together. And it's a combination of grounding, spiritual baths, and cleanses. And you got the cleanses out the way. So now you just at the spiritual baths and the grounding and the me time. You got to have your me time. Because that's where you start to reorganize all of that stuff in your me time.
Okay.
I appreciate the call, sis.
Yes, thanks. Peace,
All right,
peace.
thank you. Peace,
All right.
peace. All right, let's get to the next caller. Let's get to Miko. Miko. What's up, Miko? You got a question? Yeah.
You live on stage, girl.
Miko. I don't think she knows.
She
I
must
can't
have
hear
a-
you. I can't hear you.
Are you on mute?
I can't hear you. It's her computer. She's not on mute on my end. We can't hear you, Miko. Yeah, Miko, we can't hear you. All right, Miko, I'm gonna have to let you go. Let me see if she.
Nope. She probably don't have a microphone on the computer.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Go to the next caller.
Taze.
Hi, nice to meet both. My name is
Peace. What's how you say your name?
Thais.
Thais. All right. What's your question, Thais?
So everyone has a very different opinion on this, but I just want to hear your take on it, Rod Hayes, because you're an extremely smart person. So I just want to hear what you have to say. So what time frame would you say like you should have like your gold, your land, and all your like stuff in order by? Because I'm like in the process of getting my stuff in order, but I want to know like I like knowing different people's perspectives, if that makes sense.
You mean for your personal life path? At what age should you have all your goals accomplished or met? Or
Yeah.
so that's individual by individual. First off, because your goals are not my goals. My goals are not your goals. And you set your goals based on the ability you have to achieve it now, or what do you have to learn in order to be good at whatever it is that's going to allow you to accomplish your goal. If I wanted to be the heavyweight champion in the world, I should have started training 50 years ago, 40 years ago when I was 10, right? But I didn't train to be the heavyweight champion in the world then. So that was an unrealistic goal if I had it at 10 years old, or it was a dream, a fantasy, right? Anything that you get, whatever your goal is, you have to do what's called a self-evaluation. Where am I at right now in accomplishing this goal? Right? What do I know about it? I want to be a hair tech, but I ain't never did hair a day in my life. Well, the first thing I need to do is find somewhere where somebody can teach me the basics of doing hair. Right? Because I can't set a goal to be a hair tech with my own salon and I can't do hair. I can get the salon, but I wanted to be the tech that's doing it. I can't participate in. That's an unrealistic expectation. And so that wouldn't be a good goal. But if I set the goal, I know, okay, well, it's going to take me this amount of time to learn how to do this type of hair, right? And then from there, it's going to take me this amount of time to implement a business model that allows me to get to that part where now I've successfully become a nail tech with my own salon, right? So it becomes your ability to map and plot your program determines when it's the attainability of the goal. If you want to be a doctor, the earlier you start studying medicine, the better, right? So my nephew was 6, told me he wanted to be a doctor. Told me when he was 8, I sent him a Merck manual of medicine, and I sent him a medical encyclopedic dictionary. He needed to know the language, and he needed to know what they using to treat what. Then later on, I could send him something on
homeopathy to start steering toward a naturopathic physician's mindset, because there's a herb for every ailment of the body. You know, so your goals are contingent upon your preparation and your deadlines. How well will you be in plotting your path? It's individual by individual.
I appreciate your call, sis.
Thank you.
All right, peace. All right. Let's get to another one. Our connection seems to be.
Don't say nothing. Just keep doing what we doing.
Just keep doing what we doing. Let's get to Candy Kane. What's good, Candy Kane? You got a question for Rod Hayes?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm hearing a delay. I'm hearing more than one.
You sound muffled. Is your microphone covered up or something on your phone?
We can't hear you.
I do. So, hi, how you doing? How do you overcome your fears? Like earlier you spoke about fear.
Nah, yeah, can't hear you good.
It's not. Can you hear me now?
It's
a delay.
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me?
So you asked for strategies on how to overcome fears, right?
Yes, and how do you spiritually protect yourself?
Okay, so spiritual protection falls under the category of psychic self-defense. There's a lot of different ways you can do that. The basics of spiritual baths and grounding are the most basic forms of psychic self-defense you can do. The next things that you need to learn how to do is take spiritual baths to clean your spiritual self, just like you do your physical self. You learn all this stuff, and it helps you to be able to develop psychic self-defense until you start learning other methods. Like, you got candle magic for defense, incense magic, you have oil magic, you have Florida water magic. All these different forms of protections that you can use. Crystal magic is one of the best, and protection stones. So you studying things spiritually to help you protect yourself spiritually, right? So it falls under psychic self-defense. Protect the mind, protect the spirit.
Indeed. All right, so yeah, I appreciate everybody for calling in tonight. You want to do one more, Rob? What you think, or you want to?
Let's keep going. Let's see if we can get a couple more in.
All right, let's keep it moving. Let's go to brother Troy Benz.
Yes, thank you.
Troy Benz.
Peace, brother. Peace to both of y'all.
What's that?
I've been waiting. Thank you, Rich, for what you're doing, and Rod for being the truth. I've heard this channel speak on this subject a couple of times. I was just wondering if you could expound on how, if you have a separation from your physical family, I think it was Sister Myra Moss that said you become closer with your spiritual family. Is that true, especially when you start stepping closer to the truth?
Okay, sometimes your physical family is your spiritual family, and sometimes you born into a family where you a lone wolf.
Yeah.
Even the lone wolf at some point in his life is going to form a pack. The only difference between a lone wolf is called a Zeta wolf. And the difference between him and a regular alpha is everybody on his team is carefully selected. You don't want nobody that ain't like him. So there's normally later in life, they normally live 2 or 3 years longer than a regular wolf pack. And they normally have a stronger pack while they're functional, but the pack have a tendency to break apart because that trait is pronounced in the alphas to become zetas. To become the lone wolf, then that's because they have the drive to form their own pack and to be the leader of their own crew, their own clan. This how you have high chiefs, then you got scout chiefs, you got local chiefs, and then you got national chiefs. That's the easiest way for me to explain it. Like,
Like all of the chiefs on the land know, even if you don't know they chiefs, you know who Tookie is, you know who Larry Hoover is, you know who Angel Bay is. We all know who they is. Right? And out of the despised and rejected, they the most loved and most respected. Right? And that's us. That's how we know how to find us in the darkness.
Hey, Troy, I appreciate your question, my brother.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, peace. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's get to Bruja, the truth.
What's going on, girl?
Hey, you guys, how are you? Finally, I get to talk to you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. It's kind of loud,
Very
but I
good.
can.
Yeah, I do apologize. 1 second. So, I was watching the forum and kind of going, well, I don't have like a lot of questions. I'm glad a lot of people's things are being fulfilled, but I actually did find one thus far. I've been very privileged to have some amazing intuition and what I thought when I was walking my Christian walk, what was prophetic skills. I mean, they still are. And the universe just has a way of delivering things. So my biggest question is, because it was presented to me in the beginning of my walk, tarot cards. And I had a young lady that talked to who also experienced a very similar thing. And she kind of had some questions and doubts based on what we were told about them and how it was delivered to us. And I have them and I've utilized them in the proper way and always made sure to meditate and do the things that were necessary. I've never gotten negative results, but I know that reading people and doing readings is it's a gift. And so I wanted to know where tarot cards fell for us in that particular instance.
Well, when I'm talking to the chiefs, only the ones that come from priest lands do I recommend oracle reading. But tarot cards was created by Tahuti to learn the language for you to remote view and scroll creation. It's just a training set. You already have the skill. You just need a tool to help you train. Bodybuilders don't carry the weights on the stage with them. They just carry the result. Right? Well, when you doing tarot readings, you just got somebody in the gym. Because sooner or later, the card's just going to be there just to be sitting on the table while you're talking.
Deep.
You know, that's just training wheels. The runes, the same thing. The I Ching, the cowrie shells, the entrails, those are just training wheels to look at the imprint that nature has on things and see it as a message as opposed to something to fear. And most of these things are barred from us by a barrier of fear, by demonizing and villainizing them. I just got a new deck and I'm waiting on the deck to come in the mail.
I got 3 decks in 1 week. they dropped in my lap 3 decks in 1 week, and one is probably is almost as old as me. It's almost 40. That deck is almost 40 years old, and it came from the universe. I'm not going to say seemingly nowhere, but it was presented to me, and I was kind of like at first shied away, and then a few practices, but I wasn't sure quite where that was in my walk. But it fit niche wise. I just want to make sure it was well within the process of things. Thank you so much, you guys.
All right, I appreciate you. Oh, pieces. All right, let's get
to it. Look, everything that we use to develop our higher consciousness, they turned it into something evil.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So that keep you from, you want to be a good, righteous individual. I ain't give a fuck, but you want to be a good, righteous individual. So you're trying to do everything that the belief system you fall in says is right and righteous. And it puts the barrier of fear in a position where if you're trying to be righteous, you don't even want to look over there. That's called getting stuck to the right. You can't even find out if you're getting the truth because you're so busy trying to be righteous. You overcompensating for the right. Right? You stuck to the right. That's how you get deceived being righteous. You can be righteous.
This right here with Lil Pump. Yeah. So and then not to mention he pardoned Kodak Black. I don't know what that was about. and Kodak Black must have, he pointed Kodak Black, Lil Wayne, a couple more other guys, man, in the rap game.
Look, y'all gonna sleep on Kodak Black. Kodak Black his family's totem is the black bear.
Okay.
And they little, they ferocious, and they smart.
Like a koala
Don't
bear.
sleep on Kodak Black. Don't sleep on Kodak Black, cause talk a little like this here. You don't really know what nigga be saying. Kodak Black up in you. Man, don't pay that country boys, man. We find a way to always seem dumber than our mark. That's always gonna keep us in the position of outsmarting the motherfuckers that thought they were smart.
Yeah.
Because they underestimate our intelligence. Because we have a country slang, a country drawl, right? But this is why my parents, one of my things my father said to me, he said we had to move you to the city so you didn't talk with that country drawl.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? He said, because people tend to think that you ignorant if you talk with the country drawl. So I decided to add colorful epithets because that's a family tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Them F-bombs I be dropping. Right? That's to express the discontent with the politics. Because there's no way that I can stand here and be politically correct when the politics is all wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You gotta shock consciousness sometimes in order to make people pay attention to the absurdity of the go along, get along dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So Trump is the reenactment of the JFK. JFK had a whole program that he would have been able to play out had he not been assassinated.
Mm-hmm.
And it was turning the world's military into peacekeeping forces. Instead of going to war with everybody, we would be trying to feed, clothe, and shelter as many people as possible. But not just food, clothing, and shelter, develop the area around what the area develops, if you know what I mean. So one of the things that I was going to teach, like in parts of Africa, I was going to teach rabbit farming because you can harvest large quantities of meat in a short turnover time. And you can, do this consistently under the farming conditions to industrialize third world nations. The whole thing is we wanted to use individual farms and not use slaughterhouse networks. That means only feed the people in your area, because that way you can feed on demand. You don't have to just be senselessly killing. Do you know how much of that shit that go to waste every year?
Right. Go ahead.
Right. So they killing thousands and thousands of cows, but only hundreds are being eaten. Right. So this is an offset because most of it go bad one way or another. Either we cook it and don't eat it all. Right. Sometimes we cook it. Sometimes we leave it in the refrigerator too long and it go bad. Sometimes it go bad at the stores. Right. And then they have to get rid of it. Right. So all that's excessive killing that's bringing negative energy to bring the people's senses to this level of savagery is part of the Babylonian blood magic. So that's why all these slaughterhouses is being shut down. So when we going back to the Divine Mother, we know Melania knew how to flip the sands as the first lady. She was mirroring Jackie Onassis. And Jackie Onassis was in office when the mother of the Nation of Islam was Clara Muhammad. That means that the mother of the Nation of Islam today would be Khadija Muhammad. If the mirror is accurate, that would update the Black Madonna data. to bring us into a more modern time to determine the accuracy of the information. The only thing we got to verify, as we did this before, is that she got to have a daughter named Madonna in order to claim herself as the Black Madonna, which make her be Khadijah, mother of the righteous. Right? So you go on a scavenger hunt. So type in Donna Farrakhan. Let's just see if she got a daughter. Named Donna. Now I'm gonna use my family to fact check this. I'm gonna show you how it works.
There you go, right there, right.
So this is Donna Farrakhan, daughter of the minister Elijah. I mean the minister Farrakhan and mother Khadijah. Right? You see the picture of her right there with the green on, second from where you at?
This one right
now,
here?
remember I told you, no, the one you had just before this.
Right here, right there.
Yeah, that. Now remember, I told you, in order for me to fact check this, it has to match something in my family. I have to be able to do what's called a family flip to verify the information, and then I'll know that I'm accurate. Can you zoom in on this picture?
Man, it's right here. We getting right into it, man. Hold on, can I blow it up? Hold up. Let's see. Dang, I want to do that. All right. Oh man. Okay, there. Hold on. Let me try something. Let me blow it up. Oh, right. It won't let me get it no bigger than that, bro. I wonder what's going on.
Well,
let me try this. Skip. All right, hold on, Rod. I'm gonna try something else. Let me try to save it again, but I'm gonna save it in that folder. Save it. Let's save it in that folder right there. Unable to direct it. Oh, it's not gonna save it now. Wonder what's wrong with that picture there? Why I won't save? Hold on, let me try something else.
Let's go. Let's just go to it. Let's go to it.
All right, there you go right
there. So when I do the mirrors, she look like my auntie Pam.
Okay.
Right. Pam flips map backwards. My auntie Pam have a daughter named Donna.
Okay.
Right. So Auntie Pam, it flips the map to match the Black Madonna off of a witch's brew on the knock to a knockback. Right.
Okay.
So her daughter Donna's favorite color is green, which is my mama's favorite color.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Right. On the blue house knock to a red house knockback, the color that drapes the green represents my mama's favorite color over the red, which is my mama's home lodge, which is the red house, which is the house of the blood right.
Okay.
Right. So for other people, it doesn't mean what it means for me personally. But remember, we just turning the key on the Vatican to show you how the seats have been moved.
Okay.
Right. So if Mother Khadijah is Donna's mother, and Donna's mother for me had the map, then Donna Farrakhan's mother must be on the map.
Go ahead.
On the comparative analysis on a singularity closing in on a hometown flip.
Okay.
Right. So once we establish that we know who the four winds are, or the four kings, that's the four kingdoms.
Go ahead.
We know who is the opener of the way on the crooked man walking across the land. We know who returns with the mother plane, right?
Go ahead.
The mother plane is the mother's P lane, and the P lane is the pussy lane, and the pussy is the cat. And the cat is the black cat, and the black cat is the Black Panther.
Go ahead.
And the Black Panther is the symbol for the priests at war when they go into stealth mode. But the symbols represent the blackbird on what we call the African house, the African crow. The African crow is represented as the blackbird returning from the crossroads.
Okay.
So type in, go to the crow, type in quotes. Go to quotes to the Google, type in crow quotes. Because at the end of the day, it got to take us back to who is God. Mother behind it. You can either read it there, or you can go to a fancy picture of it.
That's dropping it right there.
So Eric, look, Eric Draven, right? Now look at the name. Eric in Akkadian is Europe. It means fire. The D is the fourth letter, but it represents a loaf in Kemet. This would be a D, would be a loaf of bread, right? And then you got Raven. Raven represents the bird. So the bird coming in on the 4. The 4 is the 4-corner shuffle, which is the 4 winds. And the 4 winds is setting the world on fire.
Go ahead.
And mother is the name for God on the lips and hearts of all children.
Boom. It's like that bomb effect right then.
Do you understand? Morphine is bad for you. Your daughter is out there on the streets waiting for you. Quote the motherfucking Raven.
Oh, yeah.
So even the one that comes back for the Sibyls, see it?
Yeah.
With the black crow, right? From the African side, they come over here, and these sisters came out of a different house. You got the mama bear, right? You got the mama of the pumas, which we would call a Afeni Shakur, which would be a Black Panther, a chief in stealth.
Go ahead.
Right? So all of these mothers get together to restore the matriarchy in order to protect the children for the next 7 generations. So now you understand how we got to where we was. So the 7 is the 7th son, which that'd be me, the 7th seed of the 7th seed of the 7th seed, off a 5%er, Rakim Allah, born with 3 7s in my head. The one can seem to blow your mind as far as this, to find you need philosophers and anthropologists, professors and scholars from the smartest colleges and all of that shit. I had to get a couple of them in there.
Yeah, hey, bars. You know what I'm saying? This is knock on.
Yeah.
Hey, this the knock on the north gate, man. This the knock on the north gate right here.
Okay, so now
I'm straight.
Now we know that the zodiac seat center is Big Mama's seat, and that the 12 sisters is the Sibyls. Now, what we don't know about the Sibyls is why they call them that. The term schizophrenia comes from the Sibyls. The Sibyls were synced telepathically one with another, all with the Divine Mother. Right? And once they are all synced, they are on the same psychic network to pass information instantly from their region of the world. And that's what it was called too, Isis magic. It's the magic of the sisters, what we call the birthright to the earth rights, which is the rituals of the birth priestesses, the rituals of the yoni priestesses to maintain the vaginal health of the planet, which is also female. Right? In some cultures, we describe things in reverse or upside down, and that's where they deceived us because they had us thinking south was down and north was up, never knowing that the ice princess comes from the underworld. And the underworld is the land of ice, and the land of ice is called the Northland. Right? And the Northland is the land of the ice princess, which is the Isis of the pole, the North Pole. You see? And these are the 8 points that makes up the house of Isis, meaning the 8 points of study. They give you 8 points of study in order to raise people up using matriarchal rules that was usurped. Right? So, from when you understand how to read the stellar clock and the earth clock, then you know how to understand the movement of the people in order to locate you who you're looking for. And there's always a clue. Because in your life, your book of life got clues. Like Hansel and Gretel breadcrumbs.
Mm-hmm.
You know you left them for yourself, but you don't remember where you left them until you get to them. And for some odd reason, you have to pay attention. Right? So the great work, the Magna Carta, is the orders of the Magna Mater, and the Magna Mater is the home house of the Great Mother, Big Mama house. Over here, type in Iroquois Longhouse. Over here, Big Mama's house was called the Longhouse, or the Big Mama's house, and it was the biggest house on the property. Commonly became known as the Longhouse under the transitional tribes forming up the Iroquois. Most of these names, like Iroquois, is not a native name. That's French.
Right.
We weren't French until the Blackamoors brought French over as a language. Right? And the Longhouse was Big Mama's house. Right? Let's look and see if we can see what the inside look like, Elder.
Like a whole bunch
that
of people
first picture. Click that first picture right there. Yeah. So in our culture, when we used to have family gatherings, you had a men's quarters and a women's quarters. And then you had a private suite for couples to spend their time with each other if They married away from the gathering. Now, over here in the longhouse, when you see a longhouse like this is a war barrack.
Okay.
Right? And the reason it's a war barrack is the layout. If it was a peacetime dweller, it wouldn't be laid out in this fashion. It would be laid out almost like a giant open loft house with furniture of different kind. This is all beds. This is all sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the longhouse of war.
Friendly pale faces penetrate, they start letting us into their institutions. They start sending our children to their children's educational systems with armed guard now. That's the people we sending in there, sending us the message back from the inside saying, hey, I got us a way in. Follow me. Go look at who marching with King.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna get out of this without getting the same motherfuckers that kicked their ass out of Europe to help you. So why not use it to your advantage? They using them to block you out of the institution. Open Ellis Island up and run it over, fill this motherfucker with friendly pale faces. We want every derelict you got. But in the end of 100 years, they're going to be the ones at the top of society that's going to be able to tell us who's doing what behind the scenes. And this is where you get a Donald Trump from.
The
or
disclosure.
John Lennon. Right.
The disclosure, yeah.
Right, because we got to figure out how to get this information out to the chiefs on the land so one of us can figure out when do we exercise the blood right to reclaim the land. If we don't learn from what they're telling us, flipping it out of their secret by watching the movements, this is why we be losing, because we not very good at watching the long game because we ain't too good at watching the short game.
We're easily distracted, and it seems that they know that, because it seems like every week there's some new level of something that's capturing our attention. If it's and I'm not making mockery of it, but the Shanquella Robinson issue, before that, the Kyrie and the Kit and the Ye. So it's like every week, every other week, there's a new something that captures our attention and takes us away from coming together. And because even those things that capture attention, there's debate. So it's not we're not unified in what we think we're seeing, or what if there's a message or what happened. So we're not working on unity. We're not working on restoration, because we don't need reparation. We need restoration. We need to be restored and made whole. We need to come together in order to do that. And it seems to me.
Okay, so this is why we tell our people to read the Indigenous Rights Act. The only way to overthrow that system is we have to go back to the system we had before they came.
True.
Which is an oral tradition. The mothers of the land they already starting, because they already sending me the messages that they reaching out to family members, discovering parts of their heritage they had never known before. And they found out what I said was right. We ain't come on no damn ships. We was already here.
True.
In a full bustling society. And they came and attacked us because they wanted what we had. But they didn't want our materials, because we use earthy shit. When we get ready to do a crown, Big Mama make you one out of feathers. We don't go smelt the gold into a crown. That's not the custom of the people from the Atlant, what we call the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
Our custom is everything we did, we tried to stay as close to nature as possible. So our royal garments is trinkets to the people from Europe, but they have royal significance to the people of the land, like the topaz. It's just a rock to them. It's a sacred stone to us.
Topaz, the stone topaz.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a sacred stone for us. And a lot of the topaz copper jewelry traced back to tribes from the Southwest They was doing it for thousands of years. Those was the gifts they adorned their royalty with.
And I know in the Southwest they do a lot with turquoise.
And turquoise as well, another sacred stone.
Yeah. Yeah. So, wow. So it's a whole it's been a whole conspiracy to destroy, like you said, our history, our reference to our whole genealogical past. They've rewritten it. They've interjected themselves in places that they were not. I even learned or heard that they had even added maybe 290 some, and I heard anywhere from 2-something to 500 some years into the timeline when they started messing with the calendars in order to find a place to interject their various empires when, they were, the Roman Empire and I guess they're looking for the revived Roman Empire. That's what they think they're getting ready to do.
The Roman Empire had been the Catholic Church the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
The Catholic Church controlled the Crown of England, which was tied to the business district of Switzerland. Banking, international bankers. They used pale faces over there to hide the black nobility. The ones behind it that looked like us, that thought they got away until their ass got caught. They never nobody in a million years would have thought we'd figure out that they was using pale faces to block us out so they can claim to be us at the end. Right? We supposed to get mad, go on a bloody rampage, and kill all the pale people.
Oh, okay.
Right? So they won't stand next to us and say, kill Whitey, kill Whitey. And then when we get our shit, they gonna take it all and murder us. Because that's their oath. That's the oath of allegiance to themselves over anything that got to do with us. All these oaths are out in the open. It's not secret. I've been showing them on other shows so people will know that this is actually documented.
I've heard them talk about black nobility in other platforms, but they try to say in those platforms that when they show who's a part of this elitist group, they still don't look like us. They're saying black as not in the skin color, but black in maybe in the deed or in their, because they're doing dark, behind the scenes stuff, but they don't have.
They got the faces of the royal families called the black nobility on the family crests.
I always see them, on their on the cameos and so forth. You see
they try to tell us as part of the white supremacist narrative that those was the slave traders.
Why would you put
the family that was the slaves that the family owned?
So why would you pick? How would you pick one slave to be on your, on your crest? Why would you do that? And that's the more prominent is that
right? So now you have to go research the art. When you go over there, you will find they got giant statues of Moors eating babies, literally.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's King of all kings right there. He the one made the alliance with Larry to create the Black Gangster Disciple Nation. It wasn't never supposed to turn out to be us versus us. It was supposed to be us against the machine.
Wow. Wow.
So King David was told the secret by the Jews because he was offering security to the fake Jews to protect them from the mafia, Irish mafia and Italian mafia in Chicago. See, they wasn't allowed to come in our neighborhoods, but they could do whatever they want in theirs. Right? That's what segregation was all about.
Wow.
We didn't know we could go in their shit. That's why they didn't want us there. They wasn't allowed to come in our shit without our permission. We fought for integration, which ended up making us have to. Now the system say you can go wherever you want to go, disregard who you want to disregard, disrespect who you want to disrespect, and we gonna bag you up on that fuckery.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy.
Right? So what's going on right now? These is the ones who we sending in to get our shit back.
Okay.
Now, remember, go back to the Salem witch hunts, and it was a big mama teach the little pale girls yoni magic.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, go to that ballroom dancing. See that?
Yep.
So the dancing instructions is the same. Mm-hmm. All that shit came from us. We invented ballroom, square dance, bop. All that shit come from us. Foxtrot. Mm-hmm. All them is, and all of these dances you see being done on the land is what you call ritual maintenance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Preserve the rituals in the common culture, so that the people from the original of oldest of times will always recognize the culture because they created it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The salsa, all that. Yep. Shata. So
somebody said that they confused because the children of these people was already on reservations. You got to go back and recheck the story. They came over and was taught, but the adults that came with them, they didn't have to be taught. The children had to be taught. All you have to teach the adults is you have to go rehearse how to tell stories until they learn how to tell the story.
Mm-hmm.
With the children is the ones who can embody the information that you download into them. That's why you don't see a lot of adults around those children at those schools. Go back to the picture, Elder.
I got you.
Find me an adult.
And one of them pictures.
Now, you know when we went to school, got our class pictures. It was our teacher was always in the picture. Who is the adult?
They ain't teaching the adult because it's a black. It's gonna show native adult nigga. That's what they gonna want to tell you. You know that?
Most of these were taught by women. Women was teaching the dance classes.
Man, so hey, real quick question, man, because this right here, you just gave me some more pieces, Rod. So these, let me get it all
ceremonial tribes. Anything that to overthrow this system, they gonna be the ones standing up because we too scared to do it. We don't believe in our power on the land, so we won't pool our resources. We're gonna fight against each other.
Okay.
All you got to do is show the children the path to victory, and they gonna push the adults out the side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So let's go on to some questions, Elder. If you got some questions you wanted to go over.
Oh yeah, I got you. So let me put this together. So they had this whole plan was to switch these people out with us, and they taught them how to be us. That's crazy.
No. Okay, so the slightest miss in the vision is this.
Okay.
They were going to replace us with them.
Go ahead.
But they was going to come over and they was going to be the indigenous people, but they was going to act like the white man.
Yeah.
So we the ones who's training them. Because we know that if we don't train them to imitate us, that we won't never be able to send nobody in to get our shit because our people not going to trust themselves.
Wow. Right.
And most of the leadership is just ceremonial leaders anyway. They're not even real leaders because they ain't most loved, most respected by nobody.
Wow. Wow. So hey, the first question I have for you, Rod, this right here, you just dropped a nuke on us right there. That's a nuke right there, man. You know, this right here piece right here, this is a nail in the coffin right here, man.
Big Mama said, leave no stone unturned.
Oh yeah, you just turned over a big ass stone right there. You just made a big ass connection right there for me. Now you said you was talking about Jack Johnson, and how we was doing the phase of the fighting on the land, and you was talking about how the Jack Johnson really was the first dude that started getting. You had broke down his connection with us.
Yeah. Okay. So look, when they came over here, they don't have no skills.
Okay.
Right now, remember they on a quest for one drop of blood.
Okay.
But in the quest for the one drop of blood, they got to develop into functional humans that can ascend. Yaku's grafted devil. They got to come up with their own ability to fight. When you look at now, you see how Jack Johnson fighting.
Yeah.
Okay, pull up. Type in the Great White Hope versus Jack Johnson and watch how the white boy standing.
Yeah, I got that picture right here. Already up in there. Cause I heard you say something about the Great White Hope. It should be right up in here. Is it up in there? Right here. I think this is it right here. Right here. Yeah, he's standing like he
holding it. You see how he holding his fist with the fisticuffs? Put him up even. That's because they had to learn how to develop this science. He already know it.
Yeah.
Jack Johnson was the first one they allowed to fight because they thought that they had a champion. I think this guy name was it Jess Willard? Anyway, they thought that they had developed their skills enough to challenge a real fighter from our fight camps. He came from Ethiopia war colony.
Well, go ahead.
They came over here to deliver something called a pyramid secret to the Nan Ether. They had to deliver that over here. He was what you call the child of a priest. So they taught him the boxing secrets. That's why Jack Johnson was excelling everybody. Right? And but his father or his caretaker or whoever brought him over here used him for the cover story. Because we got the Nan Ether, the Ether Utopia connection through the Holy Pibby and through the sacred parchment scroll of Black supremacy around the time he arrived. And that's Ethiopian doctrine. And that's going to tie us back to Haile Selassie. Now, the only thing we got to do is verify that Haile Selassie is not from bloodline of Israel. Because if we can prove that, then we can capture Nan Ether for the Earthborn. That's science for saying that we can take the science and we can use it and apply it. Okay, so now we're talking root black science.
Okay.
The science of the Black Dot, Dr. Richard King. The science of Melon, Dr. Carol Byrne. Right? We're talking about social development of the mind of the children. Right? We got Haki Matabuti. We got Nathan, John, and Julia Hare. When we got Dr. Amos Wilson, Master of Masters in the psychological development of our children and understanding the problem. Once you understand the problem, you can get a solution. Dr. Neely Fuller, the United Independent Compensatory Code System for breaking the chains of white supremacy, is a direct affront to the 9 areas of people activity. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And when you lay it all out, you understand that what we up against, we got to have a dog in every fight or we can't win. Right? So why did Clarence 13X leave the Nation of Islam? What was the conflict?
That's a good question. Go ahead.
Elijah sent him out, but it came out as a conflict because the chief never got to tell you really what to do. Once you understand the assignment, you do your part. Okay. Just do your part. You don't got to do everything because everybody got a part and we're going to work as a team. That's the critical part of warfare.
That's right.
Right? Once we realize what's going on, whatever they tell us to do, we just don't do that shit.
Okay.
Right? And whatever they tell us not to do, we might try to do that shit if it doesn't make sense why we shouldn't do it. That's called testing the system to see where it's strong and where it's weak. The general gonna read the moves, right? So when he come with the Nan Ether, Garvey bring it over for the Prince Hall Freemasons to set the Masons free. Right? That's why the UNIA is up, you mighty people, do what you will. We just brought you the science of the Nan Ether. With the science of the Nan Ether, you can unlock the highest consciousness, which is the 9 ether gas forces of the ancestors that dwell in the soils of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
So we talking Mississippi red clay dirt. Look at my skin, Mississippi red clay dirt, right? Versus the pitch black dirt of the Nile. That's 2 different dirts.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So when they developing and they learning their skills, they have to learn in steps until they can master the muscle movement. And sometimes it takes generations.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And just when they think Tommy Gunn was ready, Ray Mercer was mercilessly knocking his head into the ground. They thought they had another one.
Yeah, right.
The same as Jerry Cooney and Larry Holmes. They keep playing the same repeat. They finally got one. The Fury of Tyson came out as Tyson Fury.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm. And Deontay Wilder is relying on the one hitter quitter.
They cheat.
You can't rely on the one hitter quitter.
Go ahead.
Because if you only rely on the one punch man, then if you miss, you lost.
Yeah.
Right. So all these things is just putting together what we've been looking at culturally play out in the mainstream. Right. See, he don't hold his hands like those other fighters back then. That's how they used to hold their hands.
Like this, like Jack Johnson holding. He fight like orthodox. Well, yeah, I guess that'll be orthodox. Like he right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So like orthodox is like one of the oldest, because most people right-handed. It's only like left-handed is like rare.
So the Israelis the first one to develop a functional martial art. If you go to Google and type in Krav Maga, this was developed by the Israeli Secret Service to try to combat other forms. It's spelled with a K. K-A-V space Magra. M-A-G-R-A.
I got you. Right here.
Yeah.
Wow. I ain't even never heard of this style.
Yeah, so they take this in. This goes to the combat sports. Because you gotta have these, you gotta develop them so they can ascend. You can't leave nobody behind. Mama said you can't throw nobody away like trash.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it took time to develop a people into their own. They had to get leadership because they was at the bottom the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because they came over as somebody else's servant. And we had to pay, the good had to pay with the bad. Mm-hmm. In order to get us all free, some of us had to go into voluntary servitude.
That's crazy.
In other words, we had to make a plea agreement.
That's what Big Mother Bear said, that some people went into slavery for us.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
It's the war. It's the war for the psyche, the mind of the people. As long as they don't believe who they is, they can't never they can't never redeem themselves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Everybody responsible for their own self first before you're responsible for the person next to you. Right. And once you understand that concept, you do the self work in order to make you better protection to the people next to you. This is OGT Rogers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about. The Peace Stones, were they Bloods originally, or did they turn into Bloods when they
the Bloods formed before the Peace Stones knew that the Red House needed structure?
Mm-hmm.
He was sent by Angel Bay to go out to LA and help with the Red House in California.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how behind the scenes, these are the OGs that's building in the structure. All the tribes had to be in the position that if the structure is activated, everybody is supposed to know what their role is.
Mm-hmm.
That's by their structure. And the way theirs is it's an OG call.
Yeah, that's right.
If it ain't an OG call, then we ain't finna move on that. Right? Now if it's a triple OG call, now we listening.
Yeah, triple OG call.
Yeah, because now we got the real big homies in here.
3-star general.
And that's the most respected of the most respected right there. Them the ones that the niggas you respect.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? This is what this all about. So T. Rogers, he was also associated with some of the elders in the Panther Party from varying parts of California.
Okay.
Right. And so he took the structure given to him by Angel Bay, but it got to be the structure that fit the tribe that they came from. So when Chucky created the Crips, the default was the Bloods was going to have to form.
Right.
Right. That's the default. That's so that just like the motherland got an army, the fatherland got an army. This Chief Malik Angel Bay, notice he got on Vice Lord colors.
Mm-hmm.
Black over gold.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That means he's concealed by the orders of Big Mama.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But he holding on to his grip on his post. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Right over left.
Yeah, I see it.
Right. And his right hand over the left, that means the right hand is concealing the stone.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So all of these OGs right here, most of them probably not here no more.
Yeah, they rocking the fez and the full beard like Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
So they
right now at this point in the struggle, Angel Bay still trying to find out what's going on the land.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, where he at right now? Where you that picture?
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It said that that's what I wanted to ask you too about this. Okay. It said it's right here in this document. It said that Ford is currently serving a 168-year prison sentence after being convicted of conspiracy and weapons charges in 1987 for a plot to commit attacks inside the U.S. in exchange for weapons and $2.5 million from Libya, ordering a murder in 1980. They probably framed him for that too, and a conviction for drug trafficking in 1932. So they said the main part I'm looking at is they tried to say this brother was going to make some money from Libya for doing a terrorist attack in the United States.
Okay, so I don't know if you remember when this went down, but around the same time, Muammar Gaddafi offered Farrakhan $5 billion to give us economic aid for our community.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. government told Farrakhan that if he take it, he got to register as a foreign agent.
What?
The problem is if he registers as a foreign agent, then they're gonna come in and arrest him as an enemy combatant, and he's gonna end up right where Angel Bay at.
Same thing. Yep.
Yep. So they didn't let him. They blocked him from getting the money, but it's more than one way to skin the cat. So this $2.5 million had nothing to do. If you go back to the city of Chicago, got a grant for him. And he was feeding kids with the grant money.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Jane Byrne, I think is her name, brought him the check over on the west side of Chicago, and they came in a caravan. They rolled in a motorcade to bring him the check, and they seen what he was doing with the money. This when he was in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, he don't know what's going on the land. He just know he trying to help his people from an adverse condition.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then when he got out of prison in the 70s, they had sent him in there on some old trumped up bullshit. But anyway, when he got out he went into juvenile first.
Mm-hmm.
When he came out to juvenile, he was a grown man. By now, Big Mama gave him marching orders as soon as he hit the streets. His job, he is the highest authority of law on the land enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
He is the chief mufti of the land using the doctrine of Islamism.
Mm-hmm.
So if he is the chief mufti on the land, his job is to tear this bitch up if his people ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
Only his people left him hanging. He didn't leave them hanging. They left him hanging.
Man, wow. They got scared.
No, they just didn't know what to do. It wasn't enough thinkers in our community back then.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't even born during this time. So.
We had plenty of fighters, Elder.
Yeah.
But we didn't have a lot of thinkers. This is why the structure of the Nation of Islam, the structure for the Black Panthers became critical to teaching structure to the rest of the clans on the land.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we had to figure out how to restore and rebuild while they steady doing shit to us. They never stopped doing shit to us the whole time.
Setting us up the whole time.
They never stopped their COINTEL operations until they got finally shut down in 2019.
When Trump got on there, his Ford transferred to the newly opened ADX Florence Supermax prison, same prison as Larry Hoover and Baba. And you think that these niggas, all the same niggas that came out to Jeff Ford, came out to Larry and Baba, the same exact niggas, man. I'm telling you, bro. And he's still in prison right now for being framed and set up.
I hope he better not be still in there.
Who, Jeff Ford?
Yeah. We don't have to know he ain't in there, but he better not be still in there too. They gonna tell us.
Yeah, and
they gonna tell us.
He can't be like, just like Bob and Larry Hoover, they really can't be in contact with nobody. Can't be in contact. You can't being under a no human contact order. They so scared of this dude, they don't want him to even fucking talk to nobody. Now that's crazy. They scared of this dude. That's really scary right there. They don't want this dude to even
Remember what the New York police said about Malcolm, right? No one man should have that much power.
Yep. And if Malcolm wasn't so far ahead in the game to go bang him, then he probably would have been in this prison too with them, right alongside them. I'm telling you, man. Same niggas came out to Malcolm, came out to these niggas.
They was infiltrating us. See, that's how we knew that the war was in our community, was with somebody that looked like us. Even when you read Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, some of those settlements they talking about wasn't no pale faces there. Running shit. Who is these motherfuckers and why we can't see them?
That's right.
Tupac said it better than anybody. Tupac said it better than anybody I know. They say it's the white man I should fear, but it's my own kind doing all the killing here.
Hey, Buckley said, shout out Buckley. I think it said Delilah. That's how you say her first name, Delilah. Chief Rod, did you ever get a chance to talk with Dame Calloway?
No, but we will. He doing his work. I'm doing my work. I'm watching him. He probably watching me, but we know what we're doing.
Oh yeah, it's working. It's coming all together, baby. But you just gave me another piece, Rod. That piece, that Indian training school, boy, they ain't gonna play that on the news nowhere ever. I'm telling you, bro. That's the end. That's. Ooh, they scared when you put that piece out. I'm telling you. They was hoping we never figured that piece out right there, bro. I'm telling you.
Man, I told you they can't trick me.
That piece right
there. I know my people, man. I know my people. I know why we will and won't move on certain shit.
That shit right there and like now, because I got into an argument with some $5 Indians and I was telling them, some of y'all mixed with Asian. I'm looking at them. They look Asian looking. And I'm saying y'all mixed with Asian. And then they came to the reality eventually. But
well, a lot of the Shoshonis, so you got the last name Shaw. That's short for Shoshone. Right? And Shawnee. Those two tribes became the popular name Shaw. Too short. Old Mississippian off the Shoshone bloodline. So they marry Asians, a lot of Asians in their family as railroad workers. Right. So we got to know where everybody went. It's a trail. You just passed Angel Bay.
Yeah, Angel Bay. We talked about Angel Bay.
So
you say Tiffany Raymond made a connection with the Blue House. Go ahead.
So this right here is a monumental feat in our community that two brothers put their egos aside and say, me and you, dog, we're gonna join and unite and figure this shit out together.
Wasn't no damn gang. We wasn't no gang. They turned us into gangs. We were tribal warriors.
A gang is a tribe.
Yeah, right. That's right. But they made a negative connotation of gang. Criminal. They put criminal with the word.
Right, by putting it in the news and spinning it with every foul deed that went on.
Propaganda.
We caught them back in 91 during the so-called Rodney King riots. In the peace treaty, the police dressing up like gangbangers to start wars.
Wow.
It just so happened that we caught them and Swiss cheese their ass. That's how we found out.
Wow.
They was undercover police.
Wow.
And federal agents masquerading as us. So they got their ass handed to them by them boys in the street. They don't know the boys in the hood is always hard. Come talking that trash, we'll pull your car. Want nothing in life but to be legit. But don't quote me, boy, because I ain't said.
That's right. That's right.
So all of these things, all of these clans forming around their own independent, self-raised leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Chucky didn't declare himself the chief. He earned that title by interacting with other Crips.
Mm-hmm.
Expanding by his charisma and his influence over those who was nomads in the street, forming clans. Once he understood what was going on the land, then they staged the Geronimo Pratt scene and accused him of murder.
Yep. The killer clowns. COINTEL. So like
those training schools was on the path of the Trail of Tears in varying locations.
Wow.
Somebody asked that question in the comments, Elder. They was like, where was they?
Yeah. The training
they was in varying locations. Yeah. So you can probably do a Google search to find out the locations of all of them because there was a lot of them on the land. That's what when they was going to Indian training school, all of the sisters that's supposed to have been teaching our children, they forced them out of the church to teach for them at the Indian training school under the threat of death. So we use it to our advantage.
Wow. Man, what you saying makes so much sense about why Tookie and both of these brothers, both of these dudes have a certain type of last name that tie them back into a certain bloodline. Like both of these dudes.
Williams is one of the largest family clans on the land.
Yeah, I'm a Williams and a Washington. But both of these dudes.
Washington is a Washita. Williams is a sub clan. Old Mississippian bloodlines.
Tookie Williams actually from the same city, and Raymond. They both from Louisiana. They well, not Raymond, but because Raymond dad moved there later. And then I could trace. Look, I'm kin to George Washington Carver. I found out through tracing my history. I'm kin to George Washington Carver. I'm talking about he my great granddaddy first cousin, George Washington Carver. I'm gonna be showing all this stuff later on different tapes though, but I don't want to. But yeah, Tookie is my grandma's cousin, and then he's on my granddaddy's side. So the Washingtons and Williams are always married into each other. We always it's a lot of Washingtons and Williams that married into each other.
So out of the Midwest territory, the Browns, which was out of the Ohio, Indiana area, going into Illinois, the Browns was the largest clan. Right. So a lot of these family names was clan, and that's why Cleveland's mascot is Cleveland Browns.
Wow. Go ahead, Roy. Crackheads.
We got to keep our culture and everything moving on the land.
Wow.
Because we got to be able to reclaim it at the end of the close of the age. So now we want to know where the money gonna come from. It's called the national debit. It's not. It was the national debt for the corporation, but when we seized everything, it became the national debit. So if you go to Google to type in that, how much is the national debt? This how much money they got that's available to rebuild on the land. That's liquid available.
Right now, the national debt says how much does the government pay the interest? No, I don't want to know that. I want to know what the national debt is. Hold on, let me try something real quick. How much is national debt now today? Try that. Okay, all right, it's $31.38 trillion.
Right. That's how much money right now that we have in a reserve currency. It's probably in crypto that's going to go back to the families. We're going to use the Small Business Administration to teach family banking setup so families can reclaim that what was rightfully theirs to begin with.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. So what do Trump play a part being that in 20? I don't even think he's going to make it, man, because
I think they preparing for some. I got a lot of videos from people. I'm gonna be talking about that later from these Humvees. One dude said he opened up the back of a trailer on a Walmart parking lot and they had a whole bunch of those robots in the back. And they had these Humvees out there. They moving all these Humvees to Walmarts. So maybe they know that we gonna, because that's involved with FEMA, right? So maybe they know that they finna have to get up out of here. It's over, and they gonna just leave us hanging. The banks and everything just gonna shut down. We gonna be they gonna send us into hysteria if we don't know if we don't prepare for this. If we don't prepare for them to cut us off and leave us on our own. You know what I'm saying? With the money and all that. We don't need the money, but people gonna panic and it's gonna cause chaos for a little while until people calm down and realize we don't need money. We could just trade. Like you got corn, I got rice, let's trade. But niggas,
that's the barter system.
Yeah.
But see, the currency system, if it ain't anything that's not corrupt, it'll work. If you get the corrupt hands, the dirty hands out of the pot, then it'll run functional.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what financial system we gonna be on when it's done, but I know whatever it is, it's gonna be better than debt-based reserve currency, because that's what we under.
Yeah,
debt-based reserve currency.
Wow.
Monopoly money.
Yep, pretty much fiat. Yep. Yeah. But I tell you, every time Rod come on, this nigga drop some shit on some. That's why Nick, you could have dropped the mic on that Indian school piece. You could have dropped the mic and walk off stage after that. That was a wrap right there. I'm telling you, man. You could have just dropped the mic while that shit right there. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do with that. Oh man, you don't even know, man, what you just did with that. Oh man.
Yeah, I told you that, but you probably don't remember, but one of our earlier joints together, we went over that information, where they came from.
Yeah, you did. And the $5.
The only thing is, I didn't show you where they was trained to pretend to be us at.
Mm-hmm. But that man, because I was wondering, I was thinking they was they were some of these people were our children. Some of them wasn't even our children. They just were trained to act like us. Wow, that's crazy. That's devastating. It's devastating. At the same time, it's good information. It's like a whole bunch of shit just going on in my mind just off of knowing that one piece. That these motherfuckers went to, but you said, like you said, we actually trained them to preserve our shit.
Yeah, Noble Ali said. He said, pull up Noble Ali quote, the one with the red circle around it.
Okay, let's see.
In the oral statements and prophecy, he said he was gonna make the. It's in the folder.
Oh yeah, you showed it to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, yeah, the one with the red circle on it. Let me go to that. It's down here.
There you go.
Right here, this one right here.
Mm-mm.
Okay, it's not that one. It says the only thing that the word would surprise me if it's a more would do right. God damn, no, Ali going hard on the most.
You see that red circle at the top?
Right here.
Yeah, that's it. See, this is good. When they be telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, I go pull something like this up. Number 45, that's the big gun.
This is done by when you view the colors, you say, how do they make me feel? Because when you understand how the colors make you feel, as your cortex broadens, you will see people just outside of your field of vision, and you'd be like, where the fuck that motherfucker come from? And when you look direct, you know they there, but you can't really see them. Yeah, that's the elders. But you will be able to perceive them when you tie your visual cortex to your emotion, because you can sense when somebody's close to you.
Okay.
Right? That's the same faculty you're developing when you study in Tantra.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The Qigong is teaching you how to work with energy, but more importantly, it's teaching you how to read the energy. In Qigong, you can't do Qigong healing if you can't sense the energy field in detail of the other person. All of these is our ancient sciences. That's all of that stuff that they talk about in India. India got one of the most expansive historical medical treatises on earth herbs. But we act like it's all folklore. It's just some made up shit they said to try to sound deep, like these Moors be doing.
You always coming at the Moors, Rod.
Only the dirty ones. I got mad love for the righteous Moors.
Indeed.
I could sit here and name righteous Moors for 5 hours straight without ever repeating the same one.
It's deep.
That's how many righteous Moors I know. Dirty Moors, I don't know that many.
Mm.
But the ones that's dirty, they some dirty motherfuckers.
Mm. So you was just talking about the eyes, Rod. Now I've heard people say, and it's funny, Dr. B Series was just talking about the eyes. Last night we was talking briefly about the eyes and how it's an instrument. Well, we're going to that later, but let me ask you this. I heard people say to protect your heart when you're around people, yo, make sure you protect your heart. You know, that girl will break your heart or that dude will break your heart, protect your heart. But I don't hear a lot of people say to protect your eyes. Now, if eyes are the windows to the soul, what's up with our eyes? Should we have more protection barriers? Is that why we should wear sunglasses? Or talk to me about the protection of our eyes.
Look, all the protection we need, we born with it. We just got to activate it. Right? Like, the only reason you got to protect your heart because you're born ignorant. If you was one of the wise ones, if you was born fully sentient, you ain't never got to worry about if you gonna get your heart broken. Now, that ain't even an option.
You ever notice somebody looking at you and they're like trying to gaze in your eyes, like try to be a vampire? That ever happened to you?
Those sociopaths. I talked to serial killers in the joint, and some of them motherfuckers, there's nothing in there. I'm talking about a window to the soul, they windows broke out.
Empty vessel.
Empty vessel. And all they can do is recite how many motherfuckers they killed and how they killed them. And most of them didn't get caught for most of the dirt they did. But when you look at them, you know they not like us. Right? Then you got the ones, big lip ass motherfuckers, always got a kind game to run on you. Come here, good brother, let me holler at you for a minute. Don't good brother me. If you want all my motherfucking alarms to go off, call me good brother. When they come with that good brother shit, they coming with a kind game.
Oh man, come here. Oh man.
That mean they finna try to do something nefarious, and you gonna be end up being the one holding the bag as victim or loser. It don't matter which one you gonna call it.
What was it you before that said talking about the eyes, the shape of the eyes mean you come from a different part of the galaxy? Was it you that said that? Talking about the different.
Dr. Carson's eyes, unmistakably the eyes of his daddy. I mean, the eyes of Inky.
You talking about Billy Carson?
When you look in his eyes, just like you looking straight at Inky, but he ain't Inky.
Shit.
He don't put enough Captain Kirk emotion in this shit. That's how you know he ain't Inky. Inky is passionate about everything he do. And the only thing he care about, good food, good pussy, and goddamn good wine. He don't care about nothing else.
Man. So would you consider Earth a spaceship? I've heard certain people say that. Would you consider this
I call it spaceship Earth all the time.
That's spaceship Earth. So instead of looking at them as planets, we should look at them as spaceships? Like this whole thing? Saturn.
You got to develop your perception. I call it spaceship Earth for the Wizard of Oz effect. Right. So the ISIS seat is the cockpit. The man behind the curtain is in little bitch ass. Right. So when I say it's spaceship Earth, I'm using that to remind me, not nobody else, that somebody hijacked Earth and we about to take this bitch back because that's the only thing I care about, so I can go about my business. I hate social media. I'm not a public type character, right? But this information is more critical than what the fuck I feel like.
What's the deal with Akhenaten? Who was Akhenaten? What was he about?
Akhenaten, that's because they cloned him, right? And they named him Barry del Sortoro. He's an Akhenaten clone. So the royal families got a hierarchy of rulership, right? Tut rule was next, and it wasn't supposed to be Tahuti rule for another like 2,000 years. They cloned to make the older royal brother override his son, which was Tut. right? The boy king to Amen, right? The boy king was the heir. So when you hear Pac say, "Am I wrong to fight for what's mine?" This is what he's talking about. When he tell you back for everything they owe, no longer oppressed, this is what he's talking about. This his shit. He's supposed to be the one telling y'all this shit right now, but he would have been dead for real and instead of extracted had he started dropping what he needed to drop. So what did he do? They pulled the emergency alert system to planet Earth, right? So he was there. It's called the Million Man March. The reason why they had to do the Million Man March, because I'm not gonna participate if you niggas not gonna get together for something. Y'all gotta just stand together one time for something, and I'll tear this bitch up till they give it to you. And nobody wasn't standing up. They all got an excuse. They all after their own bag. They ain't doing nothing for the community. Everybody doing it for selfish game. I don't want no bunch of motherfucking selfish, self-centered, entitled ass feel like they've got something coming to them. No, you don't. You got to earn your keep, or you don't need to be here. So when they had the Million Man March, that was a massive alarm system alert. That means that even the dirty Moors forgot what the fuck was going on. Even they got this shit wrote down on the logs in the motherfucking Masonic lodges. And still forgot how to undo the shit. Because they can't read their own fucking code. They got half the keys. They call it broken keys, missing keys. That's because they're not doing the proper due diligence in order to get to a part to close the motherfucking shit out. If you go back and listen to my first dialogue with Todd, she said, as soon as I seen you, I said, here, close. I'm not here. I don't want none of this shit. If my sisters can't have what's rightfully theirs, I will tear this bitch up. But we brain banging now. And I want to tear some shit up. Right? But they said it ain't necessary. All I got to do is show them motherfuckers that my feathers whoop your feds. And I said, that's all I got to do? Call me the GOAT. Label me Baphomet. Classify me coming with the Lucifer lens. But as soon as y'all figure out what all that shit means, you be like, yep.
Let me get to this next question, Rod. When we die, our soul goes where?
Back to the source from which it came, meaning you go before the prime. Your soul is the energy of creation. First and foremost, you can't sell your soul. That shit is some in-lil bullshit. Can't nobody buy your soul, because if they did, they can't do nothing but give it to you. Your soul only fits you. It's not a motherfucking one-size-fit-all thing. Your soul is the sum total of who you are. So that's not some shit you can barter and trade, just like the earth. You can't sell earth. What kind of dumb shit is that? It was already here. It's gonna be here when you leave. Right? All of the chiefs know that. So when I hear somebody talking about buying land in America, I know they ain't from here. Anybody from America, that's the tribes, know that we operate by the great law. We don't follow man's law. So that's going to automatically make us an outlaw. Then you ask about Tut. About Akhenaten, ties back to the same thing. Right? So the outlaw lines are the lines of the kings and queens who was born from out of the direct royal family, and they all have an opportunity to take the test if they can develop the noble traits, the noble character. Right? That's what Noble Drew Ali name is telling you.
Who is Michelle? Because people are asking about Michelle. If Obama was a clone of Akhenaten, is Michelle Queen Ty?
I don't fuck with Michelle like that, dog. There's more than one Michelle. One of them ain't no fucking woman. And there's another one that's a woman. And she's the one that was trying to get those girls out of the sex trafficking industry that bought them as her children. That's what that was all about. And they used the other one with the equipment, with the masculine equipment, I just never, that motherfucker always looked funny to me. I couldn't understand why nobody else didn't notice it. They told me I was hating on the black lady. And I was like, really? I guess y'all don't know Stallion is a man.
I ain't going there with you today, Rod. I ain't
going
going with you today, Rod.
I'm not gonna tell them to research Joshua Pete. I don't know nothing about that. I'm just saying, if the chief can't see a male horse from a female horse, he don't need to be in this position.
Man,
I know what a stallion is, and I know the mares run the motherfucking town. If you don't know the difference, then I feel for you.
Was Jamaica a special location in the old world?
All of the islands was revered by the peoples of the mainland. We will tear some shit up about them islands, but we all got invaded together. So this is how we used to work between North and South America and the Central American islands. Once the islands was developed, the big mamas from the mainlands was coming to us, but rare to them to the islands, and the families go on a retreat there, present the big mama of the island with the gifts, and then they send us back stuff that we would call delicacies from the island that we wouldn't otherwise see on the mainland. Right? So that's how we paid for their hospitality and their receiving us with open arms. If you go back to the Christopher Columbus story, they'll tell you soon as the boats got to the land, they came bearing gifts. The natives came bearing gifts. This is the custom.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came with a contract, and we ain't been right ever since.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to the next question. I just seen it. Where did it go? Damn, I seen the question. I don't know where it go. While I look for this question, Rod, you mentioned, I'm gonna ask you one earlier. You mentioned black goo. I forgot what we was talking about, but you talked about the substance black goo. Could you elaborate on what this black goo was that you talked about a little earlier?
Yeah, it's Anunnaki nanotech. It can be passed on genetically because it's created between the third and fourth dimension. So it got a different set of properties. If you go to the Qigong healers, they'll tell you they've been seeing this a lot. A lot of people was breaking free from the black goo. Right? But it's a very specific nanotechnology that creates what's called sentient metals. And they come in and they ride on your DNA. And that's how they keep you from accessing your chakras. But now the solar rays is designed by Enki that when the human body starts going into the Aquarian cycle, the black goo will start to lose its potency on the human being because we starting to upgrade in our power. It won't work no more. We in the process now where before the energy healers couldn't see it. Now they can see it.
Okay. Let's get to a super chat question. Are you familiar with the concept of creating your astral pyramid? That the same way the Bible talks about a mansion in heaven.
So it's not a pyramid. Your astral, what he's talking about, it's the same as Metatron's cube. That's your Merkaba.
Merkaba, okay. Yeah, I thought it was
right. That's your Merkaba. That's the energy ship for you to travel to other galaxies and universes. When you leave the physical avatar of the body, you have to use your mind to create the Merkaba in order for it to transport you. Remember, I was telling you in some places you could think of the blueprint and tell the metal to do it, and it'll just form it. It kind of work along the same principles, but you designing your own light ship. It's made out of bending rays of light into conscious mind. With the conscious mind tapping into the subconscious.
Okay. Let's get to the next question. Okay. Has Rod ever heard of Kimberly and Gauguin from Life Force?
Gauguin from Life Force. I don't know. I can't say I have. The name written looks familiar, but I be reading so much stuff until it comes to necessary. Like 2 days from now, I might remember clearly who she is. I mean, it had been a while since I
access that information. But consciously, off the top of my head, I don't know who she is, but the name looks familiar.
Okay. Can you talk about the serpent mounds in Ohio?
They ain't just in Ohio. There was those serpent mounds are sacred centers of energy to harness certain spiritual essence by the clans whose blood sink to those mounds. All of the mounds that you see on the planet, all of the pyramids and what you call megalithic structures that was made by man are all genetically synced to a bloodline of one of the original 12 daughters of Isis.
Okay. Let's get to the next question. What is your take on Rashad Jamal?
That's divine insight. Reincarnated Jean Baptiste Dusable. No, not Dusable. He was Toussaint Louverture. And the reason he locked up is because they playing out the Haitian Revolutionary Conjure in reverse, and he's a critical piece. So if you go back and read the Haitian Revolutionary Conjure and you overlay his life with Toussaint, you understand why they had to lock him up before they release him. It's because you have to close it the same way you opened it. That's because everything is in cycles. So you got to wait until the alignment of the stars and the energy of the earth meet to a certain position to exit. So when you leaving out, you see the mirror of what you saw going in. It's called a turnaround. So in order for him to get the turnaround, he got to go through this shit, bullshit, made up ass shit, until they start doing certain energy moving exercises in IAT.
Let's get to this question. Is there a link between the Gullah Sumerian goddess and the Gullah Geechee of the Carolinas?
I wouldn't say it's a direct link, but they could be bloodline relatives, but I don't know if the name is betraying that. Because Inky had children with multiple earthborn women all over the planet. And that's one of his tribes that's in the land of Tahuti, is the Gullah Geechee. And you got the Gullah Geechee, the Getty Geechee, the Gullah Getty Geechee. They're all different tribes, but that's telling you they point of origin. I don't remember reading about the Gullah Sumerian goddess. So I have to go back to my tablets and review that in order to give you a definitive answer if they're related.
Okay, next question. What are rainbows in the sky? My daughter always sees them before me. Rainbows in the sky.
Those are refractions of light from the mist and the rays of the sun reflecting off the water in the atmosphere. The density of it or the curvature of the upper atmosphere makes it look curved, right? But if you follow the mist, you can find the end of the rainbow. And they write about it biblically as the sign of an eternal covenant. Because they always been here, they're gonna always be here. So the rainbow being a symbol for the permanent covenant or the eternal covenant, which is that the women will always have first right to the earth rights. And now we going back to honor that. But that's why they use the rainbow as a symbol of an eternal covenant, right? Because they always been there ever since the dome or the atmospheric structure looked like it bends the light.
Okay.
Your daughter might be an indigo too, because she could see them. Remember, I was talking about the spectrum of light. It worked with the rainbows too. Sometimes she could be tuning the father in to the spectrum she on by making him see the rainbow, because he might have to look just his eyes just slightly off in order to see on her frequency. So she'll see it first. And she might be an indigo because she can see a broader spectrum of light than the average child.
Okay. Do we incarnate in every age?
No. Only the masters, like, I'm only going to come back when it's like
I'm the last resort. Normally I come back, they don't wake me up. They don't want me in this shit. Right? So most of my past lives, I never woke to who I am like I am now in this life. But we don't always reincarnate in every age, but we will reincarnate in every cycle of ages, which is a 24,000-year loop. And you can reincarnate at different periods. You could skip a whole age and be in every other age, the other 3 ages in the cycle.
Okay. There's some good information here, y'all. Damn, the chat moving so fast, y'all. I'm happy, y'all. Okay. Why I only see spaceships in the dream world and not my day-to-day?
They talking to you in the dream world. Don't think because you don't see them in your day-to-day that that's any less valuable than seeing them in your dream. Some people don't get that lucky. Right? So your dream self, which is your higher body, when you go into the dream state, you're either going to travel for studying, most of those are masters, or you go on the life review. Mm-hmm. The life review come in as abstract, is based off your emotional triggers and have you learned from the last time you fucked up. And then your dreams will start telling stories that you're supposed to learn from. But we've been taught to disassociate the dream world from the physical world, right? But the spaceships in the dream world is the same as seeing them in the physical world, technically, because they're between the 5th and the 4th dimension at that point, which means in the 3D world, they just out of your visual spectrum of light.
Okay. How do we access the Akashic records?
So you can access the Akashic records through meditation, but it takes years of meditating. The Akashic records is not really what you want to access unless you're trying to do the work that I'm doing, trying to get the whole earth back to the women. But normally your book of life will tell you everything that you need to know, because before you take physical form, you put it in your book of life at critical points what you want to happen to alert you to certain information. Right? So the high masters read the Akashic records just like reading off a chalkboard. It's like holographically in front of them. Some of them emotively, they can read their emotions so well they can put them in words. Those are called poets.
Wow. What is the purpose of twin flames, Brother Rod?
The twin flames is really it's really no true such thing as a twin flame. But you got what's called a promise, which is your counterpart that's you made the agreement with to aid and assist you in finding your balance in the earth realm so you can get your faculties and remember who the fuck you is. The twin flame drama has been, with the so-called woke movement, drawn completely out of proportion, highly distorted, and it also causes people to neglect their shadow work because they're looking for somebody else called a twin flame to come do it for them. But you're supposed to be soul groups. You come in a soul group. Your soul group emerged from the essence that you emerged from at the same time you did. It's like giving birth to twins, but only through different people on different parts of the planet. Or they could be in the same part of the planet, but you might not meet them for years to come. So when you feel that draw to them, that's why they call it the twin flame. It's like a mirror flip.
Okay. Trying to give me 1 second, Rod. Give me 1 second. All right. Can Rod talk about Haile Selassie and Rastafari?
Haile Selassie of the Earthborn. Malachi wrote a book called Haile Selassie the Christ, where he gives his whole lineage. And the reason he did that, so he can prove that Haile Selassie wasn't from Enlil's in line. Once he proved that he wasn't a so-called, then I knew he was an Earthborn. He reincarnated in the guy named Hermes Ashkaron. That's who he reincarnated as. The Rastafari was the name the Rastas gave him, but he didn't refer to himself as Rastafari. But that was his original name before he ascended the emperor's seat over Ethiopia. his name was Ras Tafari, but Haile Selassie became his name after the name change. And the reason why the Rastas focused on Haile Selassie because they knew that he would be instrumental. Okay, so you're looking at the elders in the hills of Jamaica, and they talking to nature, and nature is talking back to them. They reading this play written by Marcus Garvey about the last king being crowned in Africa, right? And that's the king of heaven and earth, which there has never been one before. So when they see Haile Selassie, he wasn't crowned as king. He was crowned as emperor. That's a whole different person from the prophecy they extracted from the translation of the play using, but they knew that somewhere over there in the Abzu, somebody would emerge at the close of the age to fix this shit, and that Haile Selassie had transmuted his energy from the Rastafari to Haile Selassie, right? King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. We ain't no, so they telling us that he's gonna be instrumental and critical at the close of the age in order to close out everything and see clearly what's to take place. And for those who don't know, Hermes Ashkenaz, Hermes is the same as saying Hermes in Greek, right? And that's another name for Tahuti.
Mm-hmm.
And Ashkenaz, I forgot what that means. I used to know what it means. But that, for the ones in on the West Coast, they know him to be Nipsey Hussle. Right? So if you go back and you study Nipsey, you'll see he had a meteoric rise and then he disappeared. They say he got murdered.
Right.
Right? That's the sign of a master that can, the phoenix, where he can burn in his own ashes and rise from them. It's the same with Tupac, Biggie, Eazy-E. They all followed the same pattern of the rise of the phoenix. That's because they was all chiefs on the land working to aid and assist in the closing of the Congress at the close of the age, because didn't nobody think that anybody would be able to do it. So all of the masters are in America right now. And you know them as historical figures, but those people have reincarnated to make sure this shit get done right. They wanted to see what do it look like when the shit get closed the right way. So they told them I was coming, and they all said I gotta be there, including the dirty ones. And who told y'all Dick Gregory was dead? Did anybody see his funeral?
I think Dr. B. Serious was at his funeral.
Mm-hmm. Did he check to see if that was a mummy, a wooden figure, or that was really Dick?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Because I got the message today that he don't say be firm.
There you go again, Rod. There you go again, Rod.
Tell me how much sense this make. They say this man just had a heart attack. Right? He been a vegan for most of his life. So he don't got no plaque build up from polyunsaturated fats from eating bovine meat and pork. He don't got high cholesterol from eating unsaturated fats and bovine beef. Right? So his system would look like any 30-year-old system because it hasn't been abused. So what make you think he just gonna have a heart attack and die? Huh? Trying to tell you something.
You hit him with the
huh? Don't ask me what, you stupid or something? Are you stupid? Huh? Are you stupid?
That's how he
Stop falling for every goddamn trick they throw in the book. Everybody they tell you dead ain't got to be dead. This is a world, it's a big place. They can hide motherfuckers anywhere. Some of them be hiding in plain sight and y'all just don't see them. Sometimes I point them out just to prove to y'all that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But most of the time, I just overlook Shock G. Digitally underground.
When you hear the ring, a lot of people are interested in the ringing in your ears. When you hear the ringing in your ears, is there anything specific we should do?
All the instructions follow the mass ringing in the ears. That's why they've been trying to prop it up to be some kind of medical disorder. So you would try to run from it when it happens. Ain't no escaping it. You're going to be scanned by the elders for genetic health. That's what that's going to be. They're going to be reading your genetic health, and then they're going to be reading your spiritual reservoir. Your spiritual reservoir tells them how much self-work you did to be able to ascend. If you ain't do your shit, then Earth will disassociate the synchronization, and all of those people are just going to be. I've been telling them this for 3 years. They just think I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why all of them got to leave for a period of time. It's going to take about 12 years for anybody that don't belong on the Earth to be able to come back in, because she's going to send out a frequency. They going to tell you that it's a banshee screaming. We ain't going to hear it. But it's going to be so loud, they're going to be bleeding out their eyes, bleeding out their ears, and they're going to say it sounds like a banshee screaming. We're not going to hear it, though, because we sink to the earth. And that's the only thing they're going to be able to, because that's the only thing where it's recorded where they'll know. Rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women and crush their infants' heads against the wall, in order to annihilate forever their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poison cup, the strangling cord, the steel of the poignard, which is it's like a dagger, or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private, as I at any time may be directed to do so by an agent of the Pope or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Faith of the Society of Jesus. Now, the Pope issue was known as, it's hard to read on here, but it's the most violent, bloody oath for the papacy. Now, a lot of it might seem like, when you read the body of it, it might seem, because of the wording back then was drastically different, and the F sometimes looked like an S.
Okay.
Right. But when you zoom in to that marquee paragraph right there. All right. So this is the papal's most wicked and bloody oath of secrecy. And then right here in the headline, it says, for the murdering of kings, princes, and slaying of people. I can't even read it on here.
Yeah.
But this is the oath, and so the marquee statement is the application of the white man's burden. So Rudyard Kipling was a poet, and he wrote this to explain what the white man's burden was in relation to the organic peoples of the land that they call the infidels and the peasants and the goyim. He was a good friend with Cecil Rhodes. And Cecil Rhodes, Rudyard Kipling, was good friends with Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes was given the army by, I think it was the Dutch, to settle the Congo, settle the African Congo. That was part of the scramble. See what them dudes in the barrel? That's it. So this is a poetic description of the white man's burden. In order to understand the white man's burden, you need to know who in the hell is a white man. Right? Because when they first came over here, they was melanated beings, but they called themselves Dutch, Portuguese, French, Englishmen, conquistadors, which were Spaniards, and they called themselves blackamoors. right? So right here, zoom in a little bit more, Elder. This is a Black's Law definition of a free white person or a white person in law, right? It's a free white persons referred to in Naturalization Act as amended by Act of July 14th, 1870, has meaning naturally given to it when first used in First State 103, Section 3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. It includes all out the gate, more or less intermixed with people of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basques and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. Those are conquistadors they talking about. When they say Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal, this is your conquistadors, right? Hold on, I gotta find my spot.
Right here, the mix.
The mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenicians, and North African inhabitants of Sicily. For those who don't know, after the wars with Hannibal, they exiled all of a sizable portion of the melanated population to the island to try to stamp out the Etruscans, which is the Moors in Italy, right? It says, and the mixed Slav, which means slave, and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. It does not mean Caucasian race. Caucasians are white people. It don't mean Aryan race. Aryans are Hindus, Vedics, or Indo-European races, right? Indo mean ancient Europeans. Neo mean new Indo-Europeans. Nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, Mongolian people who inhabited Persia. This is the ones that they passed off as the $5 Indian, right? A Syrian or Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled as becoming a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person. So now they told you exactly who they is. Now, if you know who they is in history, you know who they are today. It's a clear as day that it does not mean Caucasian race. It does not mean Aryan race or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabited Persia, which is the Middle East. A Syrian and Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person. Everybody else is by default subject to be classified as black. And black is a chess term, right? So type in on the Google, who moved first in chess?
The pawns. You can move the knight though.
The colors move. It's moved by color.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, shit. The white always go for.
Unless you're playing roster chess, you can turn that shit around.
Yeah.
Attack the attacker.
Yeah. Right. Alchemy. Hey, also to add to on that slide you just went over, when you think about what he's talking about, think about the movie Avatar and how these Caucasians use people that look like the natives, but they wasn't the natives. They came
right, they
looking like this.
Avatar suits.
Yeah.
That's what the movie is about.
Pocahontas. It's the Pocahontas storyline. Go ahead, Rob.
Yep. So the what I tell you, look up again.
Yeah, damn, my bad. You said look up
Who moves first on the chessboard?
yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Glasses on, though. White man. Ah, shit. Oh, right.
Wow.
Read what it say.
Man. Damn. They went hard on that. In all international and public chess matches, the tournament, however, it is the rules for the first player to have the white man. Damn. Thus, there was a growing consent that white should move first. What?
Wow.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
now look, type in Moors and say Moors playing chess. This they game. They figured we would never learn how to play chess on their level. They got me fucked up.
My children are all chess champions. Go ahead.
See them?
Yeah.
Okay, next thing after we look at this, these Moors playing chess, I need you to pull up on YouTube Mash Speed Mama Bear. This they game. I don't see no pale faces, but I sure see the white man, right? Because they the ones that attack. They are the offenders.
Free white man.
That's why he's a free white person in law, because the law don't apply to him, because he's the one that's the wielder of law as the tool of oppression. Okay, now pull up Mash Speed Mama Bear on YouTube.
While you're doing that, Brother Hayes, I need to make a statement and have you to say something about it. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talked about the chessboard and how the white pieces always move first, and therefore they're in offense, and the black people move second, which means that black people are in defense. But now I don't know if she was actually saying what I'm about to say, or we just assume she was talking about Caucasians moving first on the chessboard, and the so-called black people, or us melanated people, are always in defensive mode.
You ever seen her husband?
I heard he was German. I heard that's where the name Welsing come from. I don't know if that's true or not.
Anyway, she know what was going on. The ISIS paper, Keys to the Colors, is the name of the paper.
Yes. Okay. Wow.
She telling you that the chess game, the mover as the attacker on the chess is.
So she was essentially telling us what was going on in codes.
Yep. All you had to do was know how to match the keys up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Decolonize your mind. Now in here, this is the elder Mama Bear speaking from 7 generations back, telling us the message that she got off the Mama Bear line. And the message was that the black people, the ones that look like us, had to go in to be treated like the other people that look like us. The same. Both of us fucked up. But they was the ones behind the scenes controlling it the whole time. Let's rock.
The dirty Moors are the ones behind the scenes.
This is a message from one of the elders in the community. Now notice she said that we made agreement to do the slavery thing. Slavery is a misnomer. It's a cover story to conceal the conjuring.
Prisoners of war.
Yeah. So go type in David Walker's appeal.
You said we, as in the indigenous or the organic people of the land, agreed to slavery?
I'm gonna explain to you in 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, Africans that were brought over here.
Okay.
No, it wasn't Africans. It was organic people already over here.
Yeah, prisoners of war. Hey, Rod, what you want me to read on this one?
Pull up the book cover. I want to show them what book to get for what I'm about to talk about.
Which one you like, Rod?
The one you got is fine. Okay, so David Walker was one of the chiefs on the land, and he noticed an anomaly, right? And the anomaly was it was some people that looked like us that was in bondage on the land. He wanted to know who they was. So he wrote the David Walker's appeal. This was the first of the chiefs to launch an investigation into the different brown-skinned people over here that looked like us, but wasn't us. That's what this is all about. This is the discourse of one of the chiefs. He put it in the public domain for the rest of the chiefs to get it. Now, Dr. Pruitt just asked, did we volunteer to go into slavery? We went into a conjure war. Slavery is the cover story of the conjure war. It was never true. It was the artificial history because remember in the George Washington Challenge, they were supposed to treat us harshly for 200 years and we don't even know what side of the water we originate from. The slave narrative was to try to convince us that we ain't from this land. And then the dirty Moors would say, see, I told y'all we the chiefs over here. So the challenge was feathers versus feathers. I sent you a picture of E40. Can you pull it up?
Are you saying that the slavery narrative that we were taught is not what happened? Is not true?
It's not true. It's a cover story.
I've been saying for the longest time that if we actually do our own history according to our family's lineage, most of us, if not all of us, will learn that chattel slavery, as we were told, did not happen.
That's absolutely correct. They took mama name, Big Mama House became the Big House.
Hey, I got one of their phases too, Rod. I got to add to that collection. You know what I'm saying? Them clowns that know about the bounds. You know what I'm talking about?
You see E40, right?
Yeah, come ahead, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now notice his fez is to the right. Right? Where's his tassel? It's to the right, ain't it? That's because he bumped the Moors for the fez. And the one that he bumped for the fez was high ranking. He was a king. That's why he's wearing the lion pelt. Gonna come into America is your reference.
When you say bump the Moors, what does that mean?
Okay, so the chiefs is paired up in a debate of knowledge, of culture, morals versus dogma. If he don't fall for the dogma and stand on his moral principle, he can't be deceived. If the Moor failed to convert him, then he bumped the Moor for the feds. If the Moor convert him, the Moor bump him for the feathers. Right? So the rule was for him to be exposed at a high level, he would have to do what's called peacekeeper duties in the community. So when you go to the Bay Area and you ask about 40 water, right? Utmost respect. He's passed off as a rapper. But he's actually a social advocate for gang peace by talking to the OGs from both sides to teach the YGs the proper interactions with each other to keep the COINTELPRO operation neutralized in the Bay. So without me ever talking to E40, we did flips the other day, and E40 came through on the flips in the Bay as the one maintaining the relationship between the clans. And then somebody sent me this as a receipt.
You're saying the Bay Area as in California?
Yeah.
The Bay. Okay.
Yeah. So even though he's a musician, the musician is the cover story that allows him the luxury to enter into different communities and talk to different elders under the pretense of, I'm just an entertainer. Right? So then what did he do? He wrote something